Right on. Yeah. What's up, Claude? What's going on, man? Good to see you. Yeah, you slid in here first tonight. Congratulations. The early Claude gets the worm. What's up, Mikey? Mikey B. Political. Oh, awesome, man. Good to hear it. My goodness. Just living through these strange times. I hear you, man. It does seem like we've wandered into some alien landscape sometimes, don't it? Oh, cheers, by the way. Hi, Tanya. Good to see you. Well, that's going to straighten things right out. Only 3 watching. Jeez. All right. Thank you, Tanya. Yeah, definitely send my best for sure. Yeah, Pops always says hi to you guys too. Make sure you tell everybody hi for me. What's up, Raul? What's going on, man? Only 4 watching, son of a bitch. Will do, Claude. Absolutely. No. My popularity is waning. Oh, God, whatever will I do? Damn, where's everybody at? Everybody must be hanging at Bear's place. Yeah, it's Friday. That's true. There's probably a bunch of people out. What's up, Bruce? I know. I know. He tells us every night. I know what his issue is. I wish he could get in here. All right. Well, fuck it. Let's get the show on the road, folks.
Get ready to hear the truth about America on a show that's not immune to the facts with your host, Dan Bongino.
All right, welcome to the Dan Bongino Show. Producer Joe, how are you today?
It's Friday. How you doing, Daddy-O?
Yeah, good. I love
Yeah.
Friday shows. You know, I don't get too many days off, so I cherish the weekends, replenish my fuel supplies to get back to you on Monday. But today, there's no time for breaks because, again, on the Hannity Show last night, if you're missing it at 9 o'clock, you're making a mistake. He just, at least once or twice a week, they just drop another just crazy explosive revelation on the show. that I have to cover the next day. And that happened last night with John Solomon, again, who I will repeat over and over, knows the entire story and is dripping stuff out in drips and drabs to make sure he doesn't overwhelm you all at the same time. But the guy is yet to be proven wrong. So I want to cover that, but I want to get to something else first. It's really important about this sense of, Joe, kind of fight fatigue I'm getting out there, which is really troubling. I'm serious, folks. I was an activist first. I was a candidate for office. The podcast came after all of that.
I know what you mean.
We got a big audience now, thanks to you. And I'm getting a lot of this from people when I see, hey, I listen to your show, but I got to tell you, nothing's going to happen. I'm done. I got to address this. This is really important. All right, stay tuned. Today's show brought to you by our buddies at Man Crates. Hey, as a guy, I got to admit, it's hard to buy us gifts. Even if we knew what we wanted, we probably wouldn't tell you. Most of us don't even know what we want till we get it. But it doesn't have to be this hard. This year, give the guy in your life the perfect gift with Man Crates. Man Crates. I got a bad gift once. Never from my wife now. But it was 100% satisfying to me gripe about McCabe and some firings and administrative sanctions of the FBI agents involved. There has been very little accountability at all. I can't dispute any of that. It's disappointing. One of the things that comes up often, Joe, is, when are we going to release the Kraken? Declassify the darn information already. Release the Kraken. Let it out. Declassify the FISA applications and all this stuff so America can see what was done, the abomination that was done in our name. The fact that Mike Flynn found himself in handcuffs and is even looking at a sentencing, despite Judge Emmett Sullivan's efforts to get the government to show some sunlight here, nothing seems to be happening. We found out yesterday that apparently Peter Strzok and Lisa Page, when they were assigned to the special counsel, the Bob Mueller probe, these two lovebirds that hated Trump and texted each other as much back and forth, Joe. We found out yesterday, story of Chuck Ross has up at the Daily Signal. I have in the show notes today. We found out yesterday that the text messages on their special counsel phones, not their FBI phones, Joe, were deleted. They were wiped. That the phones were reset to factory settings. What's happening now? Well, Strzok's been fired. Page left the FBI, but nothing happens. Mike Flynn finds himself having to take a guilty plea to a crime the FBI even admits he didn't commit. And yet what happens to these people? Nothing. Nothing. Zero. And you're pissed off. And you should be pissed off. You should be really pissed off. I'm sorry, folks, but I don't have any easy answer for you other than this. This can't continue. The people I know that are in this movement, and when I talk about this movement, I'm not talking, forget the Republican Party, screw that. I'm talking about the liberty and freedom movement, conservatives, libertarians, really upset, pissed off Democrats who've had enough of the nonsense. We're not good. There's a limit to the amount of BS you're going to take. Look at listen, the entire, the population of the United States has always been filled with people fleeing tyranny and discrimination and willing to fight for it where they came. That's why they're here. People who have come here, the original revolutionaries, what has been passed down from generation to generation in the United States is a fighting spirit where you're only going to poke us and prod us for so long before the bear trap catches your ankle.
That's why we're here.
Exactly. That's why I left my job. People, how did you leave your job in the Secret Service? It was such a great job. Because I got poked and prodded enough, just like many of you. And when I go out there, and I'll never forget going in early in the morning to WMAL when I used to host the radio show there, or guest host a radio show there in the morning. Joe knows he does it early morning at CBM. Yeah. You're on the road, Joe, what, like 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning?
Yeah, about 4, yep.
Yeah, we had to get in at 4 for show prep. It was like 3:30 in the morning. I'd see these truckers on the side of the road. They sleep in the cab. These, it always reminded me, like, Americans are hard, man. We're hard. Like the working class that's getting poked and prodded, and your jobs are disappearing because Democrats regulate them to death, and they do a lot of crappy garbage deals with other countries and all this stuff. All of these jobs that are leaving the heartland, steel workers, iron workers, tin knockers, steam fitters, carpenters, landscapers. People are hard. Americans are hard. This is contrary to the snowflake generation on the other side. That is not us. People here are hard. I go to the gym every day. I see 80-year-old guys. There's this Marine in the gym. This guy's 80. He's still deadlifting in the gym. How does this guy's spine even handle it? This dude is salty. He's as salty as a New York pretzel. Where you taste it, you're like, oh my God, give me water. This dude is salty. He knows who he is, too. He's freaking 80. He's deadlifting. He's a Marine. These dudes he's got tattoos that are so old they look like black dots. There's nothing left. It's just a black, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Oh,
it's just a dot. It's a dot. It looks like a big period. Like, here, I'm here. I don't even know what it is. We're hard people. We have always been hard people. Look at the history of battles in the United States, whether it was the Frozen Chosen, Mount Suribachi. The list goes on and on and on. My uncle was shot in the back and killed in Vietnam trying to rescue his friends. His name is on that wall. He got the Bronze Star with a V cluster on it for rescuing his buddies. He couldn't rescue himself. He's dead. What is this crap about we're giving up? There's no giving up. I'm hearing a lot of it amongst people who are really, really hard people. Now, I don't think they mean it like that. But what I don't think they understand is there is an end game here, folks. The Democrat tyranny police state types, right? Which is a growing portion of the Democrat Party, whether it's Letitia James, the new attorney general elect up in New York, who put out a statement, we're going to target Trump and his family for everything. Keep in mind, she mentions no criminality at all. She just basically says, I'm going to abuse my office to target President Trump. She's the Democrat attorney general elect in New York.
Yeah, boy. Yeah.
You know the story, whether it's Ted Lieu. Ted Lieu, the Democrat congressman from California on CNN, who said he would love to regulate free speech. These police state types, this is not going to continue. People eventually, when I think they say they're giving up, Joe, I want to be clear so I tie this up for you and don't leave any of you confused. Mm-hmm. I think what they mean is they've given up entirely on using the system to correct anything. And this worries me. Legit, folks, this worries me. Because fidelity to the system used to be the hallmark of being a constitutionalist. But even constitutionalists and conservatives, Joe, don't trust the system anymore.
Right.
You're right. Listen to me. You are right. Bingo. Ding, ding, ding. You're right. This system sucks. Everyone with a D in front of their name gets a pass for everything. Every connected swamp rhino gets a pass for everything. You got $1 million slush fund in Congress to pay off interns you were feeling up on Capitol Hill? No worries there, Daddy-O. Trump pays off some woman he had a relationship out of personal money that is unquestionably not a campaign financing. This guy's going to jail. This guy, we got to get him for an FEC charge. There is no justice. Hillary Clinton sits down in an interview with 6,722 lawyers. Every single person on her team gets immunity, and they destroy the evidence later. No problem at all. You got a bunch of whistleblowers on Capitol Hill. Yes, I haven't even gotten to that. They exposed thousands of pages of documents and information about the Clintons benefiting potentially foreign governments, never registering as foreign agents. But who's in jail for a FARA, Foreign Agency Registration Act violation? Manafort. I don't know Manafort. I have no idea who he is. But why is he in jail and nobody else? Where's the Podestas? He was working with the Podestas. Oh, they're connected to the Clintons. This system sucks. And everybody knows it. So what I'm trying to get across here is there is a fork in the road. Even people who fidelity to the rule of law mattered are starting to say, F the rule of law. Because there is no rule of law. There's only a rule of law that applies to us. I'm telling you what's going to happen now. Take heed, Democrats and police state liberals. You are dealing with a hardened group of Americans who do not take this stuff lying down. You have no evidence at all that the American people, what we've passed down through generation to generation, this fighting spirit, has in any way dissipated. You have zero evidence of that. We are not going to be poked endlessly. What you are going to see if this continues, the discretionary application of the rule of law to Republicans, but never to Democrats, who skate on the exact same things. You are going to see a soft secession in the United States. I wrote about this in my second book, The Fight. There's a whole chapter on it. How eventually what's going to happen is the Democrats insisting that the federal government is all powerful on Obamacare, Joe, but the federal government doesn't mean squat on immigration when it's actually written into law that states sooner or later And the liberty-loving patriots in those states are going to say, you see what I'm doing here?
Yes,
Double-barreled middle finger. We're out. This ain't happening. We're not doing this anymore. We are out. You're going to see states eventually, if this continues down this road, Teddy Lou, who wants free speech regulated, Letitia James, who wants to use her attorney general's office to just start randomly prosecuting her political opponents, use of U.S. spy assets on presidential candidates. People are going to be done with it. You think they're going to take this? Say, oh, well, people have something. People have nothing to lose. They feel like the system has abandoned them completely. The system is crap. It's garbage. There's no rule of law. There's rule of tyrants. These people are sick. You're going to see states say, we're out. You can call us part of the United States or you cannot call us part of the United States. But when I say a soft secession, not a hard one, what I mean is these states are going to say, double-barreled middle finger, brother. Mm-hmm. We're just not listening. What are you going to do, invade Texas? We're just not doing that. We're going to enforce our immigration laws. You can't do it. This court said no. We don't care. The courts don't matter to us anymore. They never mattered to begin with. You guys are just discretionary. You make stuff up in the courts. Folks, you understand? Nobody wants this. Let me be clear. Nobody. You brought this on, liberals, not us. We have always been the party of law and order matters. Fidelity to the Constitution matters. But if the Constitution doesn't matter to you, it by default doesn't matter to us. Because then it's not a constitution. It's an unconstitution. A constitution is supposed to be binding, not only binding for us. States en masse will say, enough. We're not doing this Obamacare thing. What are you going to do? Invade Florida? Now, Florida's probably not one of those states that could do it. It's too purple. But you'll see states like Wyoming and others say, you know what? We're good. We're going to pass. What are they going to do? And when I say a soft secession, I mean it. Oh, what are you going to do? File another lawsuit? Good luck. We're going to have the army invade Wyoming. No, you're not. You're absolutely not. There's no chance of that. We're going down this path, folks. I'm seeing it out there. People who are real patriots who love this country to death and the Constitution, like, it's over. It's over. Forget it. The rule of law is gone. It's dead. There's no law. There's just a bunch of discretionary bureaucrats and political tyrants who use weaponized government to target their political opponents. End of story. We got the Star Chamber now in the FISA courts. Spying on American citizens. This all happened. This isn't some mystery. It's not a made-up spy novel. Mike Flynn, a decorated United States patriot, served for 30 years. A lieutenant general finds himself having to humiliate himself in court in front of this ridiculous Bob Mueller witch hunt. Bob Mueller's going to be a disgrace in the history books. Disgrace. It's a joke. You're going to see, folks, I'm telling you, I wrote about this. This is a very, very dangerous thing we're doing here. A very dangerous thing. You are going to see it if this continues. You don't want to enforce immigration law while these states are being overrun? We'll do it ourselves. You can't. The court said no. What are you going to do? Seriously, what are you going to do? Do you understand, folks? I worked for the federal government. The federal government, if the states en masse just started ignoring stuff, they have zero power to do anything about it. Zero. What are you going to do? Have the DEA or the Secret Service with their 4,000 agents invade Louisiana? Remember that, folks. We're not going to have. This is why I call it a soft secession, because they're just going to ignore you, and there's nothing you can do about it. Nothing. Liberals are relying on a federal government that, I'm sorry to tell you, outside of our military, which is prohibited from acting on our soil due to posse comitatus.
Yeah.
The federal government is a paper tiger. That's the exact quote from my book. It is a paper tiger. The NYPD alone, New York City Police Department, has more police officers than the FBI has agents. I would venture to say than the FBI, DEA, and probably Secret Service. It'll be close. The NYPD alone, one city police department. The government's a paper tiger. Remember, this will be soft, thankfully. But it will happen if this continues. They're just going to start ignoring this stuff. We're not paying attention to that anymore. We've got a subpoena for whatever, the Texas Attorney General. Thank you. We're going to ignore that. What are you going to do? Go arrest them? How do you think that's going to go down? Make no mistake what I'm saying here. We are patriots. We love this country. Fidelity to the Constitution, the rule of law, and the continuance of the republic matter. It is you on the left that did this. You dug this up with your endless weaponization of government, your encroachment on individual rights, and the zero-sum battle for liberty. You constantly stealing away spheres of people's locus of control over their own lives, taking their money, taking their kids' education rights away, monopolizing the student loan market, taking their health care away, regulating their land, protecting the sage grouse. There's a piece in the Wall Street Journal today about this. The sage grouse over farmers and ranchers. The sage grouse. Who gives a damn about the sage grouse? The answer? This overarching, growing police state we live in, where the federal government just cannot seem to get enough. People are going to eventually say, no thanks. We're not interested. And what are you going to do? Liberals are soft. You understand this? They rely on the government to be their bagmen. They rely on the government to do their dirty work because liberals are soft. They don't do the dirty work themselves. They're Twitter warriors. They write for Vox. Vox with a V. Like Victor. Always have to say that. I'll get 1,000 emails.
Yeah.
They're soft. They are. I had an FBI agent last night, former FBI agent who works for CNN. I'm not going to mention her name. She, unbelievably, arguing with me that this Flynn thing was handled appropriately because it was a CI investigation. What? So let me get this straight. Because you recategorize something, a counterintelligence investigation, what, the criminal laws don't apply? Then why is Mike Flynn in criminal court with information generated from a CI? Do you see what they do, Joe? They're like, well, the Constitution doesn't matter. It was a CI investigation. No, it does matter. And yes, I said repeatedly, did I not, Joe? Yes, there's no obligation for the FBI to demand Flynn produce a lawyer. None.
You did.
There's not even an administrative requirement that Flynn has to have a lawyer. I'm simply suggesting to you, in a system where we respect the law and are interested in fair application of the law, given the prominence of the case, you think it would be a good idea that the FBI go through the White House counsel and suggest standard procedures for that interview with Mike Flynn like Comey knew? Jim Comey, the FBI director, already admitted he wouldn't have gotten away with this anywhere else. And this FBI agent on Twitter, now as a CNN analyst, is proud of herself that the FBI engaged in chicanery in their police state efforts to entrap Flynn in a criminal charge. Oh, but it was a CI case. Oh, okay. So the Constitution goes out the window? Police stater working for CNN. I get in this back and forth with it. And then she calls me boy. You call people, but you sure about that? You want to go down that road? She says, good boy. Boy?
What?
You sure about that? We really want to go down that road?
Dude.
Those of you who follow me on Twitter, you saw what happened last night. Boy. You sure you want to call me that? Yep. Boy.
Well, that explains the salty.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, listen, I personally did not, I did not take offense to it. I didn't. I just find it odd that these identity politics people, you know, who will be the first ones to jump down anyone's throat for the slightest misstep, find that appropriate to say. I get it. Matter of fact, you know what's funny? I just said, oh boy, myself. Matter of fact, Joe said at the beginning of the show. But these identity politics people, this is what they do. police staters looking for any justification to justify their police state antics. Now, one last thing on this, because I don't usually, I try to avoid talking about, dopey Twitter fights with these people, but this one's important. And the reason it's important is I'm seeing this growing trend now amongst liberals and their media activist friends who are now trying to cover up the Flynn disaster. The fact that Flynn was interviewed at the White House without a lawyer, wasn't warned about the false statements charge, that the FBI clearly lulled him into a sense of complacency, that Flynn perceived them as allies. My guess is the liberals and their media buddies, Joe, their media bootlickers, are about to figure out that through the Emmett Sullivan's request for the 302s, that Mike Flynn was clearly framed. I have a killer piece at Bongino.com written by Matt Palumbo about the framing of Mike Flynn in my show notes that you absolutely should read today. I'm humbly asking that you do it. Their new out, Joe, is going to be, well, they were under no obligation to warn about a lawyer. It was just a counterintelligence investigation where they were trying to get information about the Russian interference in the election. Were they really? Joe, what date was the Flynn interview at the White House? I'll tell you. It's January 24th, 2017.
17, yeah.
Let me read to you. There's nothing I like more, by the way, nothing, than using liberal media activist headlines to debunk liberals and their media activists. So the liberal, just be clear what we're saying here. Liberals and their media activists are now suggesting that, they were under no obligation to do anything about lawyers or false statements charges with Flynn or even handle this the right way because they were just trying to get information in a counterintelligence probe. Were they? Here's a headline from the Washington Post the day before the interview. The day before. Article by Ellen Nakashima and Greg Miller, Washington Post. Headline, FBI reviewed Flynn's calls with Russian ambassador, but found nothing illicit. You see the police state mind, Joe? So someone in the FBI leaked to the Washington Post that they reviewed the transcript of the unethically recorded phone calls of Mike Flynn of the Russian ambassador conducting perfectly legal business as the national security advisor incoming. Nothing wrong. The FBI, apparently one of the people who reviewed it, leaked that there was nothing illicit about the calls at all. So why the hell were they talking to Mike Flynn about it at the White House? You see how this CNN former FBI agent who has the investigative skills of a 7-year-old can't put two and two together? Why were they? It was a CI investigation. About what? They interviewed they leaked to the Post the day before. There was nothing wrong with the calls. What was it a CI interview about? They had to tie up some loose ends. So just give them the transcript and say, hey, can you explain this? You know why the analysts can't explain it? Because they were targeting Mike Flynn for prosecution. This has nothing to do with a CI investigation. Nothing. It's like, the Post piece says it was a CI investigation. Do you have reading comprehension skills? About what? They found nothing illicit. We were tying up loose ends. Fine, give them the transcript and have Flynn explain what's in the transcript. That's not what they did. They walked in and interviewed him, read the transcript later, thought he wasn't being deceptive, and then months later revised the summary to nail him on a false statements charge. Tell me how that's not police state tyranny. The Washington Post said the day before there was nothing illicit about the calls. The Logan Act? Yeah, the Logan Act. That's what it was. The Logan Act, conducting foreign business. Right. A crime that has never been successfully charged to anyone in the history of the United States. John Kerry seems to violate the Logan Act all the time. Nothing happens to him. People are finished. People are done with this. All right. Today's show brought to you by We the People Holsters. Best holsters out there. These are beautifully designed holsters. You will absolutely love them. The design. Check this out.
In May of 2017, there was a document identified to a small number of people in the United States government. It's in the possession of the Defense Intelligence Agency. For 18 months, there's been an effort to resist declassifying that document. I know that that document contains extraordinary exculpatory information about General Flynn. I don't believe the president has ever been told about the existence of this document. One lawmaker discovered it, but he was thwarted by the Defense Intelligence Agency in his ability to disclose it. I think we all should ask for that declassification. Get that out. It may enlighten the judge. It will certainly enlighten the American public.
What the heck was that? I was watching that last night. I had to do a double take. I had to rewind. Well, I've got some theories on this, and I want to hat tip the Conservative Treehouse guys for putting together a good piece today. I put it in my show notes. I'd like you to read. But I talked with one of my guys on this too, and I think they're on some. We don't agree totally, but that's fine. They do good work, so I put their piece in there. I want to play another clip that they had embedded in the piece, which is in my show notes from them. I want you to check that out. But I want to play another clip that I believe they're right. It ties these two things together. So let me just set this up first. What we have so far. We know John Solomon is now saying that there is a document that exists. Solomon is, up to this point, has never let us down, folks. Solomon's got terrific sources. He's suggesting there's a document out there in possession of the DIA, the Defense Intelligence Agency, which Mike Flynn headed, Armacost. There's a document out there that has exculpatory, in other words, evidence indicating Mike Flynn's innocence in it. That this is a profound document, apparently, enough of a that these people that they don't want. Now, the DIA does not want to release it. What the heck is in this document? And he says it around May of 2017, this document was, air quotes here, discovered. What could this document be? Well, check out this sound I pulled from the Treehouse clip there. Check out this sound of Devin Nunes, not long after Trump gets into office, after he goes over to the White House. That's important. Joe, I think you know where I'm going because you've heard it before. He goes over to the White House to review some very sensitive information. Listen to what Nunes has to say.
I recently confirmed that on numerous occasions, the intelligence community incidentally collected information about U.S. citizens involved in the Trump transition. Details about U.S. persons associated with the incoming administration, details with little or no apparent foreign intelligence value, were widely disseminated in intelligence community reporting. Third, I have confirmed that additional names of Trump transition team members were unmasked. And fourth and finally, I want to be clear.
Folks, you hear what he just said? I'm going to play the rest of that, but I want to stop that there before he gets to his fourth point. This was Devin Nunes not long after Donald Trump's selection to head the intelligence community, the ODNI, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. Dan Coats was appointed. He comes in immediately. This is the dates, times, and the when, where, why, and how are going to be critical. Remember the question we're asking here. What is this document the DIA is in possession of that Solomon is swearing is worthy of bombshell status that has some kind of exculpatory information on Flynn? What could it be? Now, keep in mind, what happens right about this same time? Again, Dan Coats in March. Remember, they say May of 2017 it's found. Right around March, Dan Coats is approved to head the intelligence community. Right after that, Devin Nunes heads right over to the White House. Why is him heading to the White House to review this document important? Ladies and gentlemen, because the way intelligence is classified at a very specific level, is disseminated, spread around, and contained is important here. There's information that makes it to the White House in the form of the presidential daily brief that is kept on computers not connected via any obviously open internet to other computers, meaning you have to go to specific places to review it. Does this make sense? This is a critical key here. The information given to the press, some at the White House, is kept only on computers on that facility there. It is not, in fact, spread around via open internet, obviously, anywhere else. So to review it, you have to go to those specific places. Why would Nunes have to go to the White House complex? Keep in mind, it's a complex. It's not just the White House. I worked there for the Eisenhower Executive Office building. You have the entire complex. The 18 acres is quite large. Why does Nunes have to go over there to review that paperwork? And when he reviews the paperwork, why is he so blown away that he goes back, gives that press conference you just heard in March, where he says, I saw indications that people were spied on with no connection to Russia at all. And those people who were spied on were Trump team members. Why would he say that? Folks, was the president being briefed via a presidential daily brief, a document of intelligence he receives every day? Was the president being briefed every day on things that had absolutely nothing to do whatsoever with international intelligence, but had everything to do with their political opponents? Folks, this is a very serious question. Very serious question. What was in that presidential daily brief? Now, to connect it back again to the DIA document, is this a DIA, Defense Intelligence Agency submission, this piece of paperwork, that made it into the daily brief? Maybe an internal kind of spying operation against Mike Flynn via unmasking or potential, as the Treehouse guys speculate. I'm not sure. They could be right, could be wrong. We'll see. Use of the NSA database to tap into these databases, to use the databases to query information on their former head that was a submission to the PDB. The timeline lines up perfectly. That Nunes would go over in March to the White House where documents clearly briefed to Obama are stored. He finds things that are troubling about the use of these intelligence agencies to target political opponents, specifically in a Trump team. Nunes is very clear they're not related to Russia. All of a sudden, March, April, and May, this other people find this document. Was this document somehow a submission in a PDB or something else that was uncovered by Nunes later on in his work or his team's work that indicated there was an internal operation using unmasking to take down Lieutenant General Flynn, and the unmasking itself uncovered information that Flynn wasn't guilty of anything at all? Folks, tell me you're following. You know what? Let me finish up this Nunes clip and see what else. And then I want to wrap this up because this is really, really, really important. What happened yesterday? Play that rest of that clip.
None of this surveillance was related to Russia or the investigation of Russian activities or of the Trump team. From what I know right now, it looks like incidental collection. We don't know exactly how that was picked up, but we're trying to get to the bottom of it.
Okay, so the President of the United States' personal communications was collected in incidental collection, not in specific targeting.
It's possible. We won't know until we get the information on Friday. I believe it was all done legally. I think it was all obtained legally. I think the question is was it masked? Why was it unmasked if it was unmasked? Because it appears like we have new information about additional unmaskings. And then who was on the dissemination list? And why was the dissemination list so far if it was such specific information about the Trump transition? And it appears, and just to give you one piece of information I think might be helpful, it appears most of this occurred, from what I've seen, in November, December, and January.
Wow. November, December, and January. Someone was collecting on Trump team members' intelligence. Joe, what's November, December, and January? When's the election, Joe? Is it in June? November. Yeah, Joe, you are not an election analyst, correct? How did you know that? Because he votes and he's not stupid. No. So November, December, and January. In other words, the period where Barack Obama is the outgoing lame duck president and President Trump is incoming, and he names Mike Flynn as his national security advisor. Obama hates Mike Flynn because he opposes the Iran deal. That Devin Nunes has gone to the White House to see documents shown to the White House. I'm telling you because that's where they're held. Nunes goes to the White House and sees documents so disturbing about collection on American citizens entirely unrelated to Russia in the period of November, December, and January. Wow. All of a sudden we find out last night that a document's uncovered that the DIA might have that is explosive and contains exculpatory, in other words, information indicating Mike Flynn is innocent, and they don't want to turn this document over. Why? Now it all makes sense, because they don't want to reveal Plan A. The government swamp rats on the inside. If you watch my viral video from the speech at the Breakers, I talked about, and I'm going to keep getting to this over and over, how it's clear now there was a tiered effort with a TI, not tear like crying, although you should be crying when you hear this. There was a tiered effort to spy on the Trump team and Democrat political opponents during the campaign. It's clear as day. Plan A, if you listen to the speech, was obvious. They were simply using, as Nunes says, it was legal, Joe. It wasn't ethical. It wasn't moral. But They were using legal unmasking tools to just listen in on the phone calls and conversations of the Trump team. Now do you understand why the law doesn't matter anymore? Oh, the law. I'm sure the CNN FBI analysts will go, yeah, but it was fine. It was unmasking. It's okay. We can do it. We're not supposed to do that. It's not moral. We're supposed to have Fourth Amendment protections. You don't throw them out the window because someone's running for office against you. So what? I just get to say, I think Joe's dealing with the Russians. We should listen in on his phone calls? Nunes is clear as day. They engaged in a reverse targeting thing. They pretended to listen to others. They weren't listening to others and foreigners. They were listening in really in a reverse targeting thing on the people talking to people overseas. Now does Mueller's lurch towards foreign collusion in the Middle East that I discussed about yesterday make sense? They've got to cover for all of this because they've got to provide a predicate for doing this. The Obama team and the Clinton team now knows the Obama administration was unquestionably using unmasking and spying tools to spy on American citizens. The only out they're going to have, listen to yesterday's show, is they're going to have to rely on Mueller to show there was some foreign collusion here. The foreign collusion amongst Russians will not materialize. He has now moved on to Middle Eastern collusion in a desperate attempt to justify Plan A, which was an Obama administration effort to listen in on the Trump team and monitor their communications.
You got nothing.
Nothing. That's the problem. Mueller has nothing. They're not going to be able to cover for this. What Solomon's talking about, likely, is a DIA submission somehow, or another intelligence agency submission the DIA somehow has that is a submission likely, I agree with him, to probably a daily brief that made it into the president's hands. Either that or it's a whistleblower, another whistleblower. Nunes probably found a series of these documents after that March meeting. Why else would he give that brief?
Yeah.
You know, folks, let me knock this out. And I want to tie this up because this is critical. This is serious stuff here. All right. Today's show also brought to you by Farmer's Dog. Dog food companies claim to use natural ingredients. What kind of beef or carrots can sit in a paper bag for a year? It's kind of gross. We don't eat processed food for every meal. To be our healthiest, neither can your dog. Don't eat that garbage. These pet food companies got you hosed into thinking that stuff is healthy. They do not want to give up the extent of just how bad Plan A was. I want to be clear on this. I don't think all of them, a lot of them are, but all of them are covering for the Obama administration. Do you understand, folks? Some are. Don't get me wrong. I'm not apologizing for what they did. Don't mistake this. I'm just trying to be realistic, having worked inside the government. I think these intelligence agencies are covering up what they did, not to cover up for Obama in every single case, but to cover up for their role in it, because they don't want to lose these tools. They want to be able to spy on Americans via unmasking and use of that 702 database. The Obama administration and the Democrats are symbiotic with them. Their goal is to hide this, both of them. Are we tracking Obama's administration and the Democrat hacks, Fusion, and all these people involved in the scam? They want to make this go away because nobody wants to be the politician associated with massive weaponization of government and spying on political opponents. Look what it did to Nixon. Nobody wants that in the Obama team. Their goal is to make this story go away. The intelligence community story is to make this go away too, because they don't want to lose these tools and they don't want to be exposed for fed this line of information to the White House.
But the use of these tools like this is illegal.
Well, it should be. I can tell you it's unconstitutional. It's currently not illegal, but it's unconstitutional. Now, Joe, do you understand, though, now why I keep bringing up this PDB? Why the presidential daily brief is the key to this whole thing?
Yeah.
Because it links all the players, folks. The intelligence community can no longer say, oh, it was just a mistake on our part. We didn't do it for politics. Why did you feed it to the president then? If you were doing it internally because you had a lead on something, why not run it out before you put it in the presidential daily brief? And the presidential daily brief the president and the political players can no longer say, oh, by the way, this was just on the intelligence community. Why? Because Hillary Clinton had fed this information to the intelligence community and the FBI through Fusion GPS and a dossier. They don't have plausible deniability anymore. The fact that the information may have appeared on the president's desk and the intelligence community will let an innocent man go to jail potentially over this, and Mike Flynn, well, he probably won't get jail time, but his career, his reputation, and his finances be ruined over this shows you just how deep the deep state really is. That's the connection to the whole thing. Folks, listen to this show again. If that didn't make sense, email me. I swear I will cover this again on Monday. That is critical you get this. Someone's covering up a piece of paperwork. That piece of paperwork could exonerate an innocent man. They will not do it because they do not want to blow their role in spying on American citizens, and the Obama team doesn't want to blow its role in facilitating the spying on American citizens through the hiring of Fusion GPS and other companies to bypass the normal intelligence process and feed it right into the FBI to target their political opponents through the FISA court. That PDB is everything. Everything. All right, a couple more points I wanted to get to. So yesterday, the whistleblowers were up on Capitol Hill. The Clinton Foundation in whistleblowers from MDA Analytics, a couple of federal agents and forensics analysts there. To say it was up and down is probably an understatement. I was going to say, let me give you the good and the bad of it. The good is it appears they've done a pretty exhaustive examination of the Clinton Foundation and have come at a minimum to the conclusion, based on their independent investigation here, that the Clinton Foundation was, it appears at least, was acting on behalf of foreign governments, essentially in the role of almost a lobbyist here, and not registering as a foreign agent. The evidence is pretty damning. Now, the downside, it turned into a bit of a circus yesterday, but I don't think the circus was all bad. They actually got into a back and forth with Meadows, who's a good Republican at one point, and trying to get to the bottom of this, because they don't want to turn over their 6,000 pages of evidence. Now, I don't think it was all bad. Because number one, the takeaway from this, folks, is if this is in fact true, and that the Clinton Foundation was acting as a de facto lobbyist for foreign governments, there's going to be no room for them for run an investigation, an FBI investigation, because the government just prosecuted Paul Manafort for the same thing. There's going to be no legal room to run. The other part of the good news is I think the squabble with the Republicans show wasn't necessarily a bad thing. And the reason I say that is these people clearly are not partisan. If you watched the hearing yesterday, you can see they're in this for one thing and one thing only. They are financial bounty hunters. They get essentially rewards from the IRS for finding and uncovering misfeasance and malfeasance. Folks, I think the squabble with Republicans, if anything, debunks the obvious liberal talking point, Joe, that, oh, these guys are just a bunch of Republican hacks. They were, if you watched yesterday, these guys clearly have no loyalty to Republicans or Democrats. These are, the Boba Fett of financial bounty hunters. They go find malfeasance, and that's what they do. And that's how they get paid. These guys, I'm telling you, I think the back and forth actually helps their credibility. If the information they claim to have in the documents is legitimate, which we've been given no indication it's not, and the interviews they've conducted, the Clinton Foundation may be in a little bit of trouble with the Justice Department. As I told you in the beginning of the show, I'm not optimistic anymore either. Real justice is going to find its way. All I can tell you is what happened. So there were some ups and downs. The downs also is they at some points they came off a bit unprepared. I don't think they were ready for the grilling they got at some point. But for all of the liberal media types out there saying, oh, this was a big success for the Clintons. No, it wasn't. Make no mistake. The paperwork they claimed to have and testified to yesterday publicly, they wouldn't destroy their company's reputation otherwise. If that is in fact true, the Clintons are not going to be able to say, hey, we shouldn't have registered under FARA as lobbyists. Well, Manafort got arrested for the same thing. They're not going to have an out. All right.
I rarely get this pissed off listening to a radio show or even listening to you, but that PDB thing, dude, has got
I know.
me fuming.
Imagine it was
over
sitting
it.
on
I'm
Obama's
sorry,
desk
I know
the
you
whole
see
time.
Me.
No, I know I see, but imagine that this
Sorry,
stuff, all this
listeners.
information,
Yeah.
exculpatory info about these guys not doing anything in the Trump team, sitting on Obama's desk the whole time, and they still insist on going forward with a DOJ-led case to spy on these people?
No.
The debriefs, the PDB's the connection to the whole thing.
No.
Well, we'll find out, Joe, when this DIA document comes out. Solomon
sorry,
knows.
Dan.
Solomon,
Yeah.
sorry. Solomon knows everything. Solomon, I'm telling you, he has the whole story. Two more quick stories. Don't sweat Michael Cohen. Getting a lot of emails this morning. Cohen gave his first brief to George Stephanopoulos. Folks, the guy doesn't have anything. They've been at this guy, hammering away at the Trump team for months. The best they could produce was a fake SEC, Federal Election Commission campaign violation charge, which, trust me when I tell you, is going to go nowhere. They'll try to, if they try to prosecute it, to be laughed out of court. Listen, Byron York has a piece up in the Examiner today. Even Republicans who don't like Donald Trump up on the Hills are laughing this thing off. They've got nothing. Cohen is desperate either for attention or to seem like some kind of a saint. He wants to be beatified. Don't sweat Cohen. He gave this interview this morning. And here's the best way to sum this up. When the takeaway soundbite from an interview, Joe, we do sound bites, right? Every interview has a soundbite that marks the whole interview.
Yeah.
If the takeaway soundbite is "I'm done lying," you're finished. That was the takeaway. Michael Cohen says he's done lying. Folks, don't sweat Cohen. He's got nothing. He probably has some tapes out there that don't necessarily paint Trump in a positive light. There's nothing collusion, criminal. Forget. Don't sweat Cohen. Really, it's bad. It's not pretty. But Michael Cohen thinks he's going to take down the president. It's utterly absurd. One more thing. Just harping yesterday on the show where we covered the taxes and the tax thing. Another article, CNS News, in the show notes today. Please read. It's very good. Remember the liberal talking point that I read to you from Bloomberg yesterday? These deficits are being exacerbated by the tax cuts. There is no evidence of that at all. If deficits are being exacerbated by the Trump tax cuts, you would expect that the tax cuts would be, quote, costing the government money. CNS News article today. The headline of the article is about record tax collections the first 2 months of the fiscal year. However, even with these record tax collections, the government still ran a deficit of $305 billion for the first 2 months of the fiscal year. That is because while collecting a record, Joe, $458 billion in taxes, the government spent $764 billion. The record $458 billion in federal taxes in October and November of fiscal 2019, which starts in October, was up $5 billion from the $453 billion in total taxes that the federal government collected last year. Please explain to me again, liberals, with a straight face, how we are simultaneously collecting record tax revenue after the tax cuts, and that the tax cuts are causing the deficit problem when we're spending more money. This is such a dumb argument. I'm almost ashamed having to say it 2 days in a row. But this is how silly your liberal friends can be. All right, folks. Thanks again for tuning in. Hey, you can vote. My wife wants me to put this out there. The final meme contest winner. The link will be in the show notes today. If you subscribe to our email list, please go and vote. Please, I'm humbly begging you. We have a couple of different choices.
I know a lot of hosts try to make it all about them. I don't have to make it all about me. It already is. I'm going to go back. I'm going to go to the archives from 2 years ago. I warned everybody that we were going to be right here, no matter what Donald Trump did. We are here. We've had the opportunity to get ready for this. Everybody has. And then after that, we'll get down and break down some of the specifics going on with Cohen, the rat, now testifying before Mueller. Mueller, this guy was, or Cohen said that he wasn't going to have anything to say until after the investigation was over and he'd been sentenced, not sentenced. He wouldn't have anything to say until early next year about it. But for some reason, Cohen's out there on television talking to George Stephanopoulos. And I mean, I don't know why. Could speculate that the special counsel is behind it. Yeah, go ahead, rat. Say whatever you want to say out there. Just make sure you say this. The rat has done a total 180 on Donald Trump. A total 180. And the rat has made a calculation that even 3 years in jail is going to result in him earning more money from a very adoring media paying him for books and movies and first-hand interviews than anything Donald Trump can do for him or would have done for him had he stayed loyal. This is an illustration of the power of the swamp. You know, you can ask questions. What was Trump doing with this guy in the first place? Can't change that. So, I mean, if you want to ask it, feel free. You know, I've had my own questions about some of the staffing choices that have been made, but they're not mine, and we're not running things. So we sit here and do the best we can, putting it all together. But let's go back to the audio sound bites. This is the archives here, and just a couple of sound bites in just a couple of minutes here. And because my emails indicate that a lot of people need a pep talk, which I totally understand, I just want to remind you that we knew this is how it was going to be. Well, I mean, not to the degree of predicting specifics, but even then, this is pretty close. This is November 22nd, the first bite, November 22nd, 2016. This is, you know, a couple of weeks after the election. Just a couple of weeks after the election. And all of a sudden, everybody's zeroing in on Russia. By the way, again, whatever happened, these people literally think that they're going to get Donald Trump in jail over these payments to these women. There is no way that's going to happen. Now they're trying to link Russia to the inauguration. They don't really have anything that's criminal on Trump. They've got plenty that's criminal on Cohen. They don't have anything. They're trying to create buzz that what they have on Trump is criminal. They're trying to create the narrative and the soap opera script every day that Trump is a hardened criminal, has been for a while, and it's all now just being exposed. When the truth is, they haven't uncovered anything criminal. They haven't uncovered anything that's impeachable. But it's really hard to resist this never-ending onslaught 24/7 in the media. Here goes from November 22nd, 2016. I feel duty-bound to warn you and to give you a heads up about what we're going to face. Donald Trump's going to have perhaps the most embattled presidency certainly in our lifetimes, and I dare say maybe in modern American history. They're not going to quit, and they are a new kind of stupid. They are not logical. They make no sense whatsoever. But they are going to have the media on their side, and that's the danger. The media is going to make them look normal. The media is going to make these people look like they are the majority. The media is going to try to convince you that somehow something went wrong and that you are the real minority of this country and you didn't deserve to have this election win on your side. It's all an outrage. This is all they know in terms of how to behave and how to position things. And the fight is really just beginning. However evil and intense the election was, I just want to make sure that you are all prepared for what's coming down the road, because it isn't going to be pretty. And it's going to be really important for Trump to have people just like him surrounding him, and that is fighters. People who are fearless, who will not be daunted by this onslaught that's coming. And I think he does, in many respects. I was speaking there specifically about the media and, of course, all of their known associates, which is pretty much everybody in the Democrat Party in the Washington establishment or the swamp. And that has been borne out in spades. Everything predicted there and more has been borne out in spades. And it's, therefore, to me, none of this is surprising. Now, I can share with you that at this time, November 22, 2016, there were a lot of people. I wish I could name names, but I can't. I don't have permission to name names, and it's not necessary. I mean, you just have to trust that these are people whose names you would recognize, who were telling me, Rush, the election's over and everybody's going to come together, and if Trump plays ball, then he can get these people on his side. I mean, after all, he's president. And all he's got to do is just dial it back a little bit and and Trump could be respected. And I said, what makes you think that? And I started getting gobbledygook as explanations. What I detected was it's what these people hoped. They hoped that all of a sudden this opposition to Trump would end because the election was over and it was time to move on to what's next. And I have to tell you that I was dumbfounded hearing this from people who are students of the media, who know the media as well as I do, and who know the Democrats. I said, you really think that now that the election's over, there's going to be some sort of unification around the idea that Trump won, some kind of acceptance? And they told me, yeah, and I learned later it's because that's what they hoped would happen. They didn't want to have to go into battle and defend Trump every day. They didn't want to have to do this. And it wasn't even about them. They're not being assaulted. They're not being attacked. The people I'm talking about, I draw the analogy. I mentioned it yesterday. I had a dinner party at the house years ago when Sarah Palin was getting this same kind of treatment. And one of the invited guests asked if they could bring a couple people who were really, really nice and really would love to show up. And I said, my instincts were no, I don't know who they are, but I trusted the friend. I said, yeah, I'll go ahead and bring them. And these two guys spent most of the night telling me how we had to throw Sarah Palin overboard because the media hated her now, and there was no way of saving her, and it's time to get rid of her and find somebody else. And I was just, well, this is a dinner party of my own that I walked out on early and caught my flight to L.A., which I was going to be doing later that night anyway. I was aghast because here we had people basically suggesting that we need to kowtow and cave to the media. They essentially said the media's destroyed her, Rush. So we got to let her go. And I said, the media's destroyed her, so we have to let her go. It's not about us in this sense. You have always in matters like this, you got many different groups of people, but basically, too, you got the group that's in the arena, and then you've got the spectators. And I always marvel at the spectators acting like they're in the arena when they're not, telling everybody what they would do and what ought to be happening when they wouldn't last a day in the arena. But they feel confident and free to judge everybody who's in it. And they rip them or they praise them or whatever, but they themselves wouldn't last a day in it. And I said, Sarah Palin's she hasn't done anything to be thrown overboard. She hasn't done a damn thing wrong. Yeah, but Russ, they've destroyed her. Don't you understand? She can't be saved. We've got to find somebody they're not going to destroy. And I said, you really think we can do that? Well, here we are with Trump. Now, I haven't heard it to quite that degree. People think we need to throw Trump overboard, but I'm starting to get people frustrated that the media is not coming around and won't come around. And I've been trying to tell people they're never going to come around. These people are not going to stop. They're not going to stop of their own accord until they think they've succeeded. That's why it's going to be an ongoing battle. And that's why there's only one guy who could withstand all this and continue to fight back against it, and that is Trump. Now, we have 3 dogs. This is funny. One of the dogs is obviously the leader. They're women. They're females. And one of the dogs will go, whenever anybody's walking by, this dog will go to the gate and start barking and protecting the homeland and all that. And the other 2 stand about 10 feet behind, and they start barking too. Yeah, you listen to us. But they're not on the front lines. It's funny to watch. And this is what this is. We got people on the front lines. We got people not on the front lines. And some of the people not on the front lines are trying to act like they are, but they don't have the guts to go there. And Trump's going to do this. Trump's going to do this. Trump's going to do this. If we start modifying in order to lessen media criticism or to even worse, try to get media approval, what do you think happens to what we're trying to accomplish? It means somebody's caved on it. So this was imminently predictable. I don't even think it took that much intelligence to predict this. required a bunch of serious observation. Now, here's the next bite. This is from January 23rd, 2017. 3 days. 3 days after Trump was sworn in. You go back and you look at Obama when he's inaugurated in 2009. He got a lot of people on his side. He had the media. He had the media big on his side. The whole Democrat Party on his side. He had a lot of people backing him up. He had a lot of people pushing him forward and validating. Trump has no one except the people that voted for him. Trump has no one in Washington. He's got his advisors. He's got some Republicans. But the entire Washington establishment is opposed to him. The media is trying to undermine him. The Democrat Party is trying to undermine him as they set up what will no doubt be impeachment proceedings when they think it's time to do it. That will happen. Trump has nothing but the people that voted for him. And if the media can soften some of their verve, if the media can succeed in separating some Trump supporters from him, then their theory is he will be weakened even further and exposed even more as fraudulently and illegitimately elected and illegitimately serving. And by the way, all of that is happening. Every syllable of that is happening. And let me find one. There's one bite here later in the, grab soundbite number 11. That was so right on the money about invalidating the election. Fraudulently, illegitimately elected. Here's Joe Lockhart, who used to be a spokesman for Clinton, then took some time off, then rented his house to Obama. After Obama left the presidency, Lockhart went to do PR for the NFL. Didn't last long, very long there for whatever reason. Now Lockhart's back on TV pushing leftist Democrat issues. And he was on CNN this morning with Allison Camerata. Question, okay, so we have Orrin Hatch this week who said, who cares? He said, I don't care about things like Michael Cohen's allegations. And I remember when they did care when there was philandering from the president in the past. So what is this? Have we got two different standards here? And this is what Lockhart said.
The largest perspective is a case has been built this week that the president was not legitimately elected. If you look at the Russia stuff and the campaign finance stuff and the fact that 40,000 votes going the other way over 3 states, we now don't know. And that's why this is important. It's not the campaign finance. It's not, did they have a meeting in Trump Tower with some Russians? It's, was he legitimately elected?
This has been what it's always about. Always, ever since election night 2016, these people have been trying to overturn the results because they have been trying to make the case that Trump's election was illegitimate. And so now these payments to the porn star and the other babe are being touted as evidence that Trump would not have won if people had known he was breaking the law when he made these payments. So this is what it is always been about and what they are sensing and smelling in the water now. This question, how many votes would Trump have lost if people had known about the payments of these women? They already knew about the Access Hollywood video. So arguably it wouldn't have mattered. How many votes would Hillary Clinton have lost if it had been known that she paid for the Trump dossier? How many votes would Hillary Clinton have lost if it had been known that the entire Russian collusion story was a hoax that was perpetrated by an FBI and a DOJ, which had implanted spies in the Trump campaign? How many votes do you think Trump might have won by if the things that we know today had been revealed during the campaign? Hillary Clinton paying for and writing, essentially, the Steele dossier. All of these hijinks, people at the FBI trying to set Trump up. 6 different spies embedded in the Trump campaign. How many votes do you think Hillary Clinton would have lost if James Comey had not illegally exonerated her on July 5th for having not created a crime, not a prosecutable crime, in the email server scandal, for crying out loud? And all Lockhart can do, how many votes would Trump have lost if it had been known that he paid off these women? When did he pay off these women? A lot of these payments, Trump was not a candidate in 2014, August of 2014. Trump probably wasn't even thinking about running back then, but even if he was thinking about it, he was not running when some of these payments were made. These payments could not have been campaign violations, finance violations, because some of them were paid in 2014. You're not having that be reminded. The memorandum from the Southern District of New York, the prosecutor's memorandum says, in August 2014, Chairman Pecker, this is the payment made to McDougal by the National Enquirer. In August 2014, Chairman Pecker had met with Cohen and individual one, it's Trump, and had offered to help deal with negative stories about individual one's relationships with women by identifying such stories so they could be purchased and killed. Okay, fine. That's a big difference because Trump was not a candidate in August of 2014. So whatever deal Trump made with Pecker or Pecker decided to engage in on his own or the National Enquirer, there could not be campaign violations because this woman was paid off in 2014. That story was bought and buried in 2014. Trump was not a candidate, had not filed papers. Even if he had, we're not dealing with criminal actions here. Over and over again. But none of that matters because it's the impression they can create in as many minds as possible. Sad fact is that even in the best of times, there are really very few people who get in the arena. And even then, there are fewer that stay in for all 12 rounds. Now, right now, this is your country. If you can keep it. Right now, this is your country. It's not theirs. I don't care how they're making it look. Don't be these two guys at my dinner party who want to throw everything overboard because the media has destroyed Trump or whoever else you hold dear. Yeah, they won the House of Representatives, and yeah, they've got the media, and yeah, they can create narratives and so forth, but Donald Trump's still in the White House, and he's still advancing his agenda. It is still your country. It's still yours. If you can keep it. And you don't keep it by shouting from 20 feet behind the front row, you need to do that. Start whining and moaning. I'm not speaking of you, any of you here specifically. I'm talking about an overall attitude of one that not caving and not falling prey to. I know how hard it is. Believe me. Now, there's a story. This is NBC News. I'll give you an example here of the onslaught. Trump was in the room during hush money discussions with tabloid publishers. So what? Has anybody ever stopped to compare what the hell was going on with the Clinton Foundation at the very same time with all of that illegal pay-to-play money coming in, an investigation of which has been swept under the rug and totally ignored, but it should not be. It can continue to be a reference point with which to arm and inform the American people. Like Lockhart, how many votes would Trump have lost if people had found out about paying off the pole dancer? How many votes would Hillary Clinton have lost if everybody knew what the hell she had been doing? And if Comey had not illegally assumed the role of Attorney General and announced that she wasn't going to be prosecuted after listing her crimes? He lists her crimes and then says no reasonable prosecutor would ever pursue this. Message to the American people, this is chump change, not worth anybody's time. She didn't really do anything that she intended to do. She's as clean and pure as the wind of her snow. Mrs. Clinton didn't mean to do any of this, and because we can't find any intent, therefore there's no reasonable prosecutor that would bring charges. Intent is not a factor in breaking the kind of law that Hillary Clinton broke. I'm just telling you that every analogy they can make, we've got a better one and a more powerful one. Donald Trump was the third person in the room in August 2015 when his lawyer Cohen and David Pecker discussed ways that Pecker could help counter negative stories about Trump's relationships with women. Trump's relationships with women. It's impeachable, Mr. Limbaugh. It's criminal. We're on the it is. According to documents supplied by the SDNY, Trump and Cohen had a meeting 1 year before, not 2015. It was August of 2014 to discuss this arrangement. Again, the memorandum from the Southern District of New York says in August 2014, Chairman Pecker met with Cohen and Trump and had offered to help deal with negative stories about Trump's relationships with women by identifying such stories so that they could be purchased and killed. So this arrangement was made long before Trump became a candidate and probably even before he thought of running for the White House. So where's the campaign finance violation? There isn't one. And there isn't a crime. And by the way, this practice, I've told this story once just to show you how common this is. When this program was first starting, we started with 56 radio stations in small markets. And they were great radio stations, but it wasn't enough to make this a success. You need to be, I'll give you a little inside baseball stat. If you can get a radio program on the air in the top 10 markets, then you can tell advertisers that you reach 80% of the nation's population. If you can get your program on the top 20 markets, you can say to advertisers that you are reaching, not that they're all listening to you, but you are reaching 95% of the population. So we needed top 10 markets. Now, we weren't on the air in New York, but our commercials were airing there. That was an arrangement that we had to make. The New Yorkers, we're not going to carry some bumpkin national show. This is New York. People in New York don't care what's happening anywhere else. Okay, fine. You wait. Up next was Los Angeles. And the guy that ran the station we were trying to get on to Los Angeles agreed to buy the show and bury it. It's called shelving. He agreed to buy it and pay us for it, but never air it, keeping it out of the market entirely. Now, this is not the same reason that the National Enquirer was trying to bury stories about McDougal, but the point is, these things are not uncommon. The guy in L.A. didn't want to carry the show, but he didn't want to take a chance it was going to succeed on some other station, so he was offering to pay it and shelve it. Now, thankfully, syndication partner Ed McLaughlin, and by then we needed some money. We were just starting out, and there was no funding or any of that. This is purely an entrepreneurial exercise. We resisted the temptation and found a different station in Los Angeles. The rest is history. But these kinds of things, and none of that was criminal. Not a thing of this was criminal. I thought it had criminal intent, but it was not, according to law, criminal. Other stations try to do this thing. Yeah, we'll take it, but we're going to run it between midnight and 5 on Saturday night. No, we're not going to let you have it. All these big market stations were afraid of it, but didn't want it initially. They wanted to bury it or shelve it. And we just stuck with it. Pecker was a friend of Trump's, and this was a deal that they entered into. But it was 2014, not 2015. Trump was not even a candidate at that time. But look at the juxtaposition of things here. Where did this all start? It all started with Russian collusion, and I just saw a Fox News poll. This is the poll that has Trump's approval number at 46%. This poll has, again, 46 or 47% of the American people believe the Russians tampered with votes. 47% believe that the Russians did indeed collude. They believe it. In a Fox News poll, when it didn't happen. I mean, the people who are pushing the conspiracy have not even alleged that. They have created the impression. That's how collusion has come to be defined, the way it's been discussed by the media and all of the paid-for guests on the media. The collusion has come to mean Russians somehow find a way to screw with our votes. and screw with the outcome of elections. And even Rosenstein has made a point saying that nobody that's been indicted has had anything to do with votes. Not a single vote has been tampered with, and not a single election outcome has been affected. Media studiously ignores it. And the same kind of thing is happening here. There isn't any crime. We start out with Trump colluding with Russia, and now we're being told that there are dire criminal activities that have been unearthed with Donald Trump paying off women with whom he reportedly has had affairs. Such a dastardly scheme. Such a dastardly scheme. I mean, the idea that these things are going to send Donald Trump to jail is absurd, unless the entire legal system ends up being rigged and all kinds of violations there take place. But under the current code, under current law, there is no way that what Trump has done here is criminal or in violation of campaign finance violations, and that's not from me. That's from Bradley Smith, the former chairman of the Federal Election Commission. I got to take a break. I see the clock. Quick timeout, folks. We'll be right back after this. You hang on. Mueller has drug out of the sewer is a known liar. Every witness that Mueller has been demonstrated to be a liar to one degree or another. And many of these witnesses have claimed that Mueller is even asking them to lie now and say what Mueller wants them to say instead of what happened. Second point, just to remind you, when it comes to federal election law, remember who wrote these laws? People that run for office. They write federal election law, but it is largely, well, I'll give you an example. If, in the case of a questionable campaign expense, if it can be shown that the expense in any way whatsoever is personal, then it is automatically exempted as a campaign or election expense. That's in the law. The people that run for office wrote the law, and they gave themselves a lot of outs. Well, in 2014, if Donald Trump's having a meeting with the Rat and with Pecker from the National Enquirer, at which time Pecker is offering to buy stories about these babes and then not run them, 2014, it could easily be claimed that Trump entered into this deal or okayed it in order to keep his family from finding, i.e. personal. All you have to do is, it doesn't take much evidence at all. If there is simply the slightest even opportunity that the payment could be said to be for personal reasons, then it is automatically exempt as a campaign expense and therefore exempt from campaign finance law. And that clearly, proving intent is, unlike Comey's claim about Hillary, proving intent in campaign finance law violations is mandatory. And it's a really hard thing to prove because of this out that they've built into the system. Okay, to the phones, Open Line Friday. We always try to get started in the first hour on phones, and we're going to go to Troy, New York. This is Brian. Great to have you, Brian. Welcome to the program.
Hi, Rush. Thanks for having me. A long-time listener. You're an American hero. We'll cut to the chase. I know your time is precious. I'm offering a little holiday hope and cheer. They will fail, the left. These lies are from the top to bottom, and philosophically, fundamentally, you have to operate in society with a assumption that people are telling you the truth. You can't even have red and green stoplights work if there's no truth. We can prove this on a truth table. They will fail. We're at a state where it's like bleeding Kansas. We're at loggerheads, and these impassioned arguments come from both sides, and they both point fingers, liar, liar, liar. But when you have to really say, well, who's lying? I mean, it's as simple as for example, a man who has surgery, a woman, and it's just not true. I mean, the lies are, apparent to everybody. And the other thing I wanted to add is I really like how Trump, everyone hates his comments and his tweets, and he embodies free speech by exercising the right, and that's the best thing that he can do for it. Meanwhile, the CEO of Google doubles down on their identity politics and embodies that by just, no, we're not censoring conservatives. But, it's, I guess, because, we don't identify that way. We identify as anything that is not, Marxist as hateful. So the fraud is apparent to everyone, and, eventually they will lose. It's just a matter of how many people they hurt before they do.
Well, they are taking a lot of people out. I mean, that's the thing. They are destroying a lot of people. That's one of the powers that they have. They're destroying people's entire lifetime net worth. They are able to take actions that result in people losing their homes. And the thing, this also happened during the Enron trials. It happened during the Ted Stevens trial. And when I was reading about that in Sidney Powell's book, there was a glee. The prosecutors were backslapping themselves. They were happy when they ruined somebody. It was like a notch in the belt kind of sense of achievement. When they forced somebody to plead guilty because they'd run out of money, they were having to borrow money, sell their house to be able to pay their lawyers. The prosecutors were doing dances on the graves. And I'm sure they're doing that now. I'm sure they're dancing on the grave of Flynn. They're dancing on the grave of Manafort. They hope to be dancing on Trump's grave. They're just despicable people. And there is no sense of humility whatsoever. If these are really serious crimes that threaten the structure and stability and security of the United States, then there ought to be some solemnity here about stopping it, bringing it to a screeching halt, and convicting the people that are engaging in these horrible practices. But there isn't any of this. This is just notching the belt, getting scalps, using power for the sake of it. People who are not having to use any of their own personal money to conduct these witch hunts are taking glee in destroying people. And for what reason? They don't even know them personally. It's all political. They know Trump. They worked for Trump. They raised money for Republicans or what have you. It's really no more complicated than that. But it was eye-opening to read how happy and celebratory these prosecutors were as they destroyed people. And the people they destroyed, in many cases, were innocent. By the time the legal system had run its course and cases had been overturned and convictions vacated as high as the United States Supreme Court, United States Federal Court, Washington District, in the case of Ted Stevens. But the damage had been done. So that's that other aspect, just the human nature aspect of this, the glee that these people are experiencing as they don't have to use their own money. They've got Uncle Sam's treasury and they have limitless access to it. And they take great pleasure in destroying people. It's expecting today, or what do you in the audience want or hope to hear? And that is a very important question, and it requires a certain degree of empathy. The point is that because of the time of year and everybody's desire for this time of year to be as festive as it can be and as upbeat as it can be, and as fun, optimistic as it can be, there still is a degree of responsibility. And it goes back to what I was referencing in the opening hour of the program, and that is being in the arena or outside of it, and how you conduct yourself from either or both positions. And I have, I don't have any choice in the matter. I'm perceived to be in the arena. And so that always ends up being a top-level determinant in asking myself, where do I want to go today? What do I want to do? Because, folks, let me tell you, it would be easy to broom this stuff. It would just be, there's so many other things out there that I really would love to chat about. But there's something in me that says that would not be right. Well, why don't you do an hour of that and then 2 hours? Well, because once you start, you've carved a path. Granted, you can go wherever you want to go. I can go wherever I want to go once the thing starts. But it really has to do with core beliefs and things that I think important, and above all, a desire to not be seen by people as not taking this stuff seriously. It is very serious. It's about our country and our future and what kind of country it's going to be. And so I feel compelled to talk about it. I feel compelled to talk about it as honestly and straightforwardly as I can. And I'll be honest, it sometimes leads to frustration because there are, many other things that I would have probably more fun discussing. But I put it all together, and there remains this indelible desire to cut through all the noise with the truth and to try to reach as many people with it as possible. Now, these last 2 years have been markedly different from the 28 years prior. I can guarantee that in most of the 28 years prior, by the time we are 10, 11 days from Christmas, we are chatting about things that are not nearly as heavyweight as all of this. But these 2 years have been different because there is a focused effort from the highest levels of our clandestine government we've ever seen to undermine that which a majority of Americans voted for in 2016. And there's no way to treat that lightheartedly. There's no way to treat it singularly with humor, although you try to find humor is a very persuasive tactic, but it has to be done in the right percentages. You can't go all humor because then people aren't going to take it seriously. The point of all this is that I don't like running the risk of being considered a Debbie Downer with all of this. But at the same time, there is a certain degree of responsibility that has befallen me simply by virtue of the way I've chosen to do this program over the years and the places that has taken this program and me. And so there are expectations that when you tune in here, you're going to get things, and that's why you're here. So I can't just shelve it. I can't just shove it aside and say, you know what, it's Christmas. Forget all this Trump stuff. Forget all this deep state stuff. Let's talk about whatever, my watch that won't charge, or the NFL and whatever's happening with that. So that's why we're spending time on all of this, and it's why I'm doing it with a sense of sincerity, because I do think this stuff is very serious, and in media terms, we're outnumbered. In terms of population at large, we're not, but nobody would ever believe that simply based on media coverage. So that's essentially why I have chosen, even though it's the festive holiday season, to continue to delve into this. Because one of the things I've always done, and those of you who have been here for many, many moons know this, one of the things I've always done, anybody that I believe in or like, or anything that I believe in or like, if it comes under assault, I'm instinctively programmed to defend it, or the person. It's just my natural reaction to these kinds of things. And we're under assault. We're under constant assault, and it was predictable. In that sense, it isn't a surprise, but it still is what it is. And it's outrageous what is happening. When you boil this down to what has happened and been going on the last 2 years, it's simply outrageous and it's intolerable. And it's not just going to go away. It's not just going to fix itself. It's not just going to, don't worry, Rush, it'll all work out. Don't worry, Rush, there's not much you can do about it. That may be true, too. There's not a whole lot any of us individually can do about it. But it is important to buck up the one guy trying. In this case, it's Trump. And the fact that they have not been able to separate Trump voters from Trump is one of the things that keeps egging them on and urging them on here. So it's kind of a simplistic explanation, but that's a little bit of an open window into how I'm deciding to handle things here at this particular time of year. You know, it seems like only yesterday that Cohen, I mean, look at the people we're talking about here. Seems like only yesterday Cohen's lawyers said that he was going to wait until Mueller's investigation was completed and report was issued before he would speak publicly, which was a laugh. Cohen can't wait to tell the world what a victim he is and what a reprobate Trump is. And it's all because he's made a decision that his future financial opportunities are far greater as a friend of the media and a friend of Hollywood and a friend of movie and TV producers than as a Donald Trump loyalist. No question that that's his. And they probably put the fear of God into him at the special counsel's office. And he has committed tax fraud and other serious crimes, had nothing to do with Trump, that he's still hoping to get reduced time on. But why is Mueller and the SDNY, why are they allowing Cohen to go all over TV now and talk to Stephanopoulos? Isn't Cohen interfering in their investigation by blabbing to the press like this? Isn't this what we've always heard? Why are they allowing him to do it? The DOJ, for example, they say they can't release any documents to Congress because it might interfere with the Mueller and Trump witch hunts. They can't reveal. Congress still wants some documents on this whole thing that happened with Flynn that have not been released. And they're saying we can't release them. It would interfere with the investigation. Well, what is Cohen doing? So that's why I don't think he's a free agent on this. I think they're sending him out here to do this. I think Cohen has been suggested to him that he might want to start doing some interviews. And I'm sure they're giving him guidelines on things to say, areas to avoid, things like that. So Cohen has this plan to become the new John Dean, win a place in the minds and hearts of the media and historians as the man who brought down Donald Trump. There's no question this is how Cohen now sees himself. And somebody's gotten to him and has told him, this is your future. This is what you can make happen. This guy is an ancillary player all of his life. He's one of these hangers-on guys who's thinking if he get close enough to the real people making things happen, that some of it's going to rub off on him. He's one of these guys that would love to be asked for his autograph because he knows famous people, even though he isn't himself. So now he's got this chance, and he doesn't even have to log on to Twitter or Facebook to do it. He can become the man who brought down Donald Trump. The real goal is, in doing that, it'll make him rich. Book deals, movie deals, speaking fees, and never-ending cable news appearances, just like John Dean did. In his exclusive interview with Clinton operative George Stephanopoulos, Cohen merely repeated his lawyer's scripted statement from his sentencing hearing, which is why I think the lawyers are behind this. The lawyers, Mueller does not have anything, folks, that will convict Trump on Russia anything, and these campaign payments are not enough to convict in a court of law, but if there is enough pressure in writing the narrative every day in the media, they can create the impression in the minds of Americans that real impropriety has occurred here. The kind of impropriety we do not want in a president of the United States. It's all about, still all about getting Trump's numbers down into the 30s. Even though he told Stephanopoulos that he accepted all responsibility for his actions, he's actually blaming Trump for everything. Trump made him do it. Trump asked him to do it. Trump wanted him to do it. And all he wanted to do was impress Trump. Trump is the big alpha male. I wanted to be big in Donald Trump's mind. So whatever Trump asked me to do, sure, I was going to do it. Now he's trying to lay it all off on Donald Trump while being feted and treated as a great, courageous, next John Dean type of figure. Repeating the scripted lines from his statement, Cohen said he will not be the villain in Trump's story. Not going to happen. He's not going to be the villain. That he had been the victim because of his blind loyalty to Trump. He'd covered up Trump's dirty deeds. You think those words were screened and approved by the special counsel and the other lawyers involved here? Strangely similar to John Dean's claim that he was the victim of blind ambition, Richard Nixon's blind ambition. Here is Michael Cohen saying he's the victim of Trump's dirty deeds. What we have in Donald Trump is a conservative who does not announce himself as such, a Republican, and he got elected, and therefore he's got to go. And for all the other reasons that we've discussed that he's got to go. Even despite all this, I don't care what you think. I don't care what you think you've heard, what you think you know by virtue of what you've read or seen on TV. It is not clear what Donald Trump's dirty deeds were. Is it a dirty deed to pay off an extortionist? Is it a dirty deed to pay off somebody who has violated a non-disclosure agreement they signed with you, which are common aspects of personal contracts and business contracts every day in this country? There's nothing sinister about an NDA. So you have somebody, two people that are wanting to openly violate theirs and extort you in the process. And somehow it's a dirty deed and it's somehow filthy and in violation of campaign ethics. What about all the Clinton fundraising scandals involving Charlie Tree and the Chinese restaurants in Little Rock and the money orders and the Clinton Foundation and all of those pay-to-play schemes that are not being investigated? You want to talk about dirty deeds? Oh, I forgot. Donald Trump at one point wanted to build a hotel in Moscow. Trump Tower, Moscow. And Cohen was in the middle of it. That's right. Michael Cohen worked. In fact, Cohen had such respect for Trump that even when the deal went south, Cohen stuck with it sort of as a surprise to Trump to try to make it happen nevertheless. Trump's only been trying to do Trump Tower Moscow since 2004. But all of a sudden now, it becomes a dirty deed. Anyway, got to get a quick time out here with some interesting soundbites coming up. People at NPR and others, drive-by media, telling us that they're not liberal. They're saying they're biased. They do have some bias, but they're not liberal, and they're sick and tired of hearing that they're liberal. And happening, I'd put my watch on the charger, and it would lose charge faster than I've ever seen a device lose charge on the charger and only on the charger. It didn't matter what charger. Didn't matter what charger I put it on. I had 4 or 5 different chargers, both wired, remote, portable, you name it. And it would it'd go from 91% to 75% like 15 minutes on the charger. So started to undertake a whole bunch of remedial processes. Got hold of Apple. Apple suggested a bunch of stuff. I, on my own, thought that since it happened with 2 watches, it might be something going on my phone. So I I did a power reboot. I turned airplane mode on. I killed every process I could have involved. Anyway, the phone chats with the watch, Bluetooth primarily and Wi-Fi. And then Apple had given me some instructions in order to collect the data as this was happening so that they could then analyze what was going wrong. What I was supposed to do was put the watch on the charger and let it drain for like 10 or 15 minutes, put the watch back on my wrist, and then do a combination of the buttons on the phone to create a log of the last 30 minutes or so, and then go to the place on the phone where such data is kept and get it and send it to Apple. And I was in the process of doing that. At the break at the top of the hour, about 12:55, I put the watch on the charger at 96%. And I figured it'll be down to 94, 93% by the time the second hour starts. So I was going to grab it off the charger after the first segment, about 20 after 1, put it on my wrist, and then do the data collection routine that I had to do. Except I noticed it was back to 100%. So it went from 96% to 95. So maybe, it was on the verge of going to 95 anyway. So 95% to 100% in 30 minutes, fully charged. It's not done that in 2 days. So I don't know if it's a permanent resolution to the issue, but now everybody at Apple's unhappy. Oh, damn, are you sure? It fixed itself, I think, actions I took. Well, the other watch, the other watch is wiped. It's been erased. There's nothing on it, and I would have to repair it. What they want me to repair that to a different phone to see if my phone was the culprit. I'm saying, this is not my job. This takes a lot of hours, and you people aren't paying me. I'm the customer. But, I mean, that's what you have to do if you're seriously about tracking down these issues. They always want logs. Whether it's the Mac, an iPhone, an iPad, you've got to collect the logs and send them off. And that's why I say you don't know half of what your phone can do, especially in trying to identify problems and resolve them. Here's an Ari Fleischer soundbite. I meant to play this in the discussion last hour about when the meeting with Trump and the National Enquirer guy, David Pecker. What a name for a guy that runs the National Enquirer. David Pecker, National Enquirer guy. Has there ever been a better name for a guy that does what he does? At any rate, I made the point that meeting between Pecker and Trump and Cohen was 2014. This is the meeting where the National Enquirer offered to buy Karen McDougal's story that she and Trump had a romp at the Playboy Mansion or whatever and bury it by not running it. And they're trying to say that's an illegal campaign donation, but it happened in 2014. Trump wasn't a candidate. How can it be? So Ari Fleischer was commenting on this today on the Fox News channel with Bill Hemmer, and he said this about it.
I wish George Stephanopoulos had asked Michael Cohen, are you aware of any payments like this, hush money payments, that Donald Trump made prior to becoming a candidate in June of 2015? Because that could have established that there is a personal reason, a family-related reason, and I wouldn't put it past President Trump, frankly, to have entered into such agreements prior to becoming a candidate. There are personal reasons, and that is often the reason that these celebrities enter into these agreements. Again, it's unseemly, it's not right, but the point here, it means it's up to the people to decide what should be done with Donald Trump, elect him or re-elect him, not the prosecutors.
Bingo, bingo. They would not be trying to run anybody else out of office on this stuff. They've looked the other way in 268 times. Cases members of Congress have paid off women that made allegations against them. Bill Clinton, the media did everything they could to stave off that, but the Clinton impeachment was about lying under oath. It wasn't about sex, contrary to what everybody thinks. But he is exactly right here. Voters decide this, and they already did. Access Hollywood, but there isn't a person that voted for Trump that doesn't know who he is, who he was. He may be one of the most well-known people who ever run for the presidency. Reality TV host. That's why some of this stuff so irritates all of them. They've tried to construct a system where people like Trump don't stand a chance. I don't need to repeat that drill, why they hate him and so forth. Everybody understands that now. But this is actually a good point. The federal election law is very clear. If you have a legitimate, anything that can be seen as a legitimate personal reason for making an expenditure like this, then it will not be called a campaign expense or donation or donation in kind or anything of the sort. If there is a personal reason, I don't want my family to find out about this. That's why I'm taking the help of the guy Pecker from the National Enquirer. I don't want my family. This is 2014. There wasn't even a campaign to defraud. And it's not a defraud. But the most important point here is, Fleischer, is the voters decide this stuff, not Robert Mueller. And not the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York. This is the criminalization of political policy, disguised as the pursuit of crime, collusion with Russia or what have you. Here's Murphy in Wallingford, Connecticut, as we get back to the phones on Open Line Friday. Hi.
Hi, Rush. How you doing?
I'm just fine, thank you.
Thanks for the call. I appreciate it. First of all, Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays to you and all your listeners.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
I want to share a quick story with you that I'm sure you'll appreciate. I have an 8-year-old all-American red-blooded boy at home, right? And this kid, getting this kid to read is next to impossible. He despises it. And so leading into Thanksgiving, we picked up Rush Revere and the Brave Pilgrims. In hopes that he might learn something about why we celebrate Thanksgiving each year. But I didn't think that was enough, so what I did was I picked up the audio version as well. And I let him read along, word by word, page by page, with your voice reading the book to him.
Hey, that's clever. That's clever. I like that.
Well, I'll tell you what, it worked. After a chapter, he was hooked. And he would come home from school saying, "Hey, Dad, can we read another chapter of that book?" Absolutely. No problem.
So this is great. Did he read the entire book along with me reading it, or did he at some point just read it alone?
He read the entire book, the first book he read along with you, and not only did he read the book, he retained all the information, and Liberty was not able to stump him at the end of the book. So not only did he read the book, he was excited to read the book, but he also learned true American history. And for that, Rush, I thank you.
Well, you're more than welcome. Can I ask you a question about this? I mean, you were with him every day. You're the father here. Do you have any idea, and this is personal data collection on my part, I'm fascinated by this, because you're not the first parent who has told us that their child was not interested in reading until they came across one of the Revere books, and all of a sudden they started enjoying and liking to read. Do you know why? What was it about? Was it the story? Was it the characters? What was it that got him interested?
I think it was a combination of the two. I think it was a great story and the great characters. He absolutely loves liberty and freedom, and he just got really excited to listen to that story every night.
Well, this is incredible. Liberty is our talking horse, time-traveling horse figure that allows the substitute teacher Rush Revere to take his class back to actual events in American history. Well, that's good, because that's exactly one of the designs, how to reach. We wanted to reach them with the story. This is serious. We're losing the younger generation to a bunch of gobbledygook. They're being taught about America's founding that just isn't true. They're being taught that it was fraught with racism and bigotry and unfairness and injustice, and they're not learning the glorious nature and the glorious history of their country, so they're not growing up to appreciate it. And then when that happens, the left has their way with these kids. Once they get to junior high, middle school, high school, they can totally propagandize them with how rotten their own country is. So I'm so gratified to hear that book, Rush Revere and the Brave Pilgrims, ignited your son's desire to learn to read, or not learn to read, but to read, period. That's great. I really appreciate you calling and sharing that with us.
Now, we finished that first book, and we went out and we got the second book, which is the First Patriots.
Right.
And when he read the cover, I quickly had to remind him that the book was not about Rob Gronkowski and Tom Brady.
The Brave Patriots. That's great. That's good. Well, Murphy, I really appreciate it. Can you hang on, because we have a little package of goodies from the from Revere and Liberty that we send out to young readers who really like the books. But we need your address to do that. So if you can hang on. The nice man to whom you spoke, and we had this period of time where all you had to do was shop, and you would be automatically entered into this sweepstakes, which is 4 days and 3 nights here in Palm Beach, and nothing cheap about it. And the winner gets to choose the dates. See, a lot of people who give contests like this away would say you've got to come within the first 2 weeks of August when nobody else is here, and you've got to accept coach air travel. We don't do anything like that. You choose the time you want to come, and we will do our best to make it happen, which means it will happen. Our best gets it done. And it's not going to cost you anything. You do not have to spend a dime to enjoy our prize. You can. I mean, that doesn't mean that you can't spend your own money on things, but you won't have to. So we have the winner. Just want to announce the winner. We want to congratulate Catherine from Elk River, Minnesota. This is also a meet and greet. Catherine from Elk River, and whoever she wants to bring, and she can give it to somebody if she wants. We even allow our winners to transfer. Of course, we have to do security and background checks on everybody before we let them in here, but we still allow them to be transferred. And so she gets to come to Palm Beach 4 days, 3 nights, whatever she wants, meet and greet the staff, Liberty, Revere, and all of this. And I just wanted to let you know that we chose the winner randomly, exactly as the rules specified. Not going to mention her last name so that she's not harassed where she lives, but it's Catherine from Elk River, Minnesota. And I have to take a break. We'll be back after this. Don't misunderstand. I know a lot of hosts try to make it all about them. I don't have to make it all about me. It already is. I'm going to go back. I'm going to go to the archives from 2 years ago. I warned everybody that we were going to be right here, no matter what Donald Trump did. We are here. We've had the opportunity to get ready for this. Everybody has. And then after that, we'll get down and break down some of the specifics going on with Cohen, the rat, now testifying before Mueller. Mueller, this guy was, or Cohen said that he wasn't going to have anything to say until after the investigation was over and he'd been sentenced, not sentenced, he wouldn't have anything to say until early next year about it. But for some reason, Cohen's out there on television talking to George Stephanopoulos. And I mean, I don't know why. Could speculate that the special counsel is behind it. Yeah, go ahead, rat. Say whatever you want to say out there. Just make sure you say this. The rat has done a total 180 on Donald Trump. A total 180. And the rat has made a calculation that even 3 years in jail is going to result in him earning more money from a very adoring media paying him for books and movies and first-hand interviews than anything Donald Trump can do for him or would have done for him had he stayed loyal. This is an illustration of the power of the swamp. And, you know, you can ask questions. What was Trump doing with this guy in the first place? Can't change that. So, I mean, if you want to ask it, feel free. You know, I've had my own questions about some of the staffing choices that have been made, but they're not mine, and we're not running things. So we sit here and do the best we can, putting it all together. But let's go back to the audio sound bites. This is the archives here, and just a couple of sound bites. It's just a couple of minutes here. And because my emails indicate that a lot of people need a pep talk, which I totally understand, I just want to remind you that we knew this is how it was going to be. Well, I mean, not to the degree of predicting specifics, but even then, this is pretty close. This is November 22nd, the first bite, November 22nd, 2016. This is, you know, a couple of weeks after the election. Just a couple of weeks after the election. And all of a sudden, everybody's zeroing in on Russia. By the way, Again, whatever happened, these people literally think that they're going to get Donald Trump in jail over these payments to these women. There is no way that's going to happen. Now they're trying to link Russia to the inauguration. They don't really have anything that's criminal on Trump. They've got plenty that's criminal on Cohen. They don't have anything. They're trying to create buzz that what they have on Trump is criminal. They're trying to create the narrative and the soap opera script every day that Trump is a hardened criminal, has been for a while, and it's all now just being exposed. When the truth is, they haven't uncovered anything criminal. They haven't uncovered anything that's impeachable. But it's really hard to resist this never-ending onslaught 24/7 in the media. Here goes from November 22nd, 2016. I feel duty-bound to warn you and to give you a heads up about what we're going to face. Donald Trump's going to have perhaps the most embattled presidency in, well, certainly in our lifetimes, and I dare say maybe in modern American history. They're not going to quit, and they are a new kind of stupid. They are not logical. They make no sense whatsoever. But they are going to have the media on their side, and that's the danger. The media is going to make them look normal. The media is going to make these people look like they are the majority. The media is going to try to convince you that somehow something went wrong and that you are the real minority of this country and you didn't deserve to have this election win on your side. It's all an outrage. This is all they know in terms of how to behave and how to position things. And the fight is really just beginning. However evil and intense the election was, I just want to make sure that you are all prepared for what's coming down the road, because it isn't going to be pretty. And it's going to be really important for Trump to have people just like him surrounding him, and that is fighters, people who are fearless, who will not be daunted by this onslaught that's coming. And I think he does, in many respects. I was speaking there specifically about the media and, of course, all of their known associates, which is pretty much everybody in the Democrat Party in the Washington establishment or the swamp. And that has been borne out in spades. Everything predicted there and more has been borne out in spades. And it's, therefore, to me, none of this is surprising. Now, I can share with you that at this time, November 22, 2016, there were a lot of people. I wish I could name names, but I can't. I don't have permission to name names, and it's not, I guess it's not necessary. I mean, you just have to trust that these are people whose names you would recognize, who were telling me, Rush, the election's over and everybody's going to come together and if Trump plays ball, then he can get these people on his side. I mean, after all, he's president. And all he's got to do is just dial it back a little bit, and Trump can be respected. And I said, what makes you think that? And I started getting gobbledygook as explanations. What I detected was it's what these people hoped. They hoped that all of a sudden this opposition to Trump would end because the election was over and it was time to move on to what's next. And I have to tell you that I was dumbfounded hearing this from people who are students of the media, who know the media as well as I do, and who know the Democrats. I said, you really think that now that the election's over, there's going to be some sort of unification around the idea that Trump won, some kind of acceptance? And they told me, yeah, and I learned later it's because that's what they hoped would happen. They didn't want to have to go into battle and defend Trump every day. They didn't want to have to do this. And it wasn't even about them. They're not being assaulted. They're not being attacked. The people I'm talking about, I draw the analogy. I mentioned it yesterday. I had a dinner party at the house years ago when Sarah Palin was getting this same kind of treatment. And one of the invited guests asked if they could bring a couple of people who were really, really nice and really would love to show up. And I said, My instincts were, no, I don't know who they are, but I trusted the friend. I said, yeah, I'll go ahead and bring them. And these two guys spent most of the night telling me how we had to throw Sarah Palin overboard because the media hated her now, and there was no way of saving her, and it's time to get rid of her and find somebody else. And I was just, well, this is a dinner party of my own that I walked out on early and caught my flight to L.A., which I was going to be doing later that night anyway. I was aghast because here we had people basically suggesting that
Yeah, man. And I don't know what those dogs are called. They're just the cutest little shits. They're like little teeny tiny fucking they're almost like little teeny tiny fucking chow dogs, but they got the little curly tail, but they got little fox faces and shit. They're just the cutest little fucking things in the world. And my mom's dog is spoiled stupid. That thing is fucking pampered in ways that fucking kings don't know. Pomeranian. Yeah, it might be that. It might be a Pomeranian. Yeah. With the little curly tail and just cute as shit. Looks like a little fox. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, cute fucking dog. And good, actually good tempered, man. For the most part, the little fucker is like pretty decent, you know? It'll come jump up in your lap and shit and chill and whatever. And if you get to ignoring it too much, it'll wander off and chew a bone or something, you know. Pretty good temper. But man, you can't get anywhere near my mother's house without that fucking dog just going ape shit. And I mean, like you could be turning onto her road and she's gonna know it. You know. Like, my mom can tell you when the mailman is coming by the way her dog barks and when it barks. It's ridiculous. Yeah, they're about the size of a cat. Yeah. Well, look, I mean, my dogs are bigger. They're 60 pound apiece. But the fact of the matter is, even Doobie. Doobie's like 50 pounds. He ain't no little tiny guy. But they're more for physical security. They'll attack a motherfucker. But the Pomeranians, man, they're an alarm system. You can't get their hearing is crazy good, like even among dogs. Nice, Angela. No, I get it. Sometimes you just got to go bam something. Shebas, yeah. Right, unless it's a Pekingese. Then it's small again. Yeah, but I always, when I think about, you know, like alarm dogs as opposed to guard dogs, my dogs are guard dogs. If you're not supposed to be on my property and you are, you may have a problem. They might take you down. I don't know if they would for sure, but I think they might. Like, because, I mean, they kill animals routinely, you know. They killed a little fawn the other day, man, back in the back 40. They ran back there and fucking took this little fawn down. Mom got out of the field, and the fawn didn't. So they had a venison dinner last week. And I didn't have to bury much, I can tell you that. Shoot your gun, it's lots of fun. That's right, sometimes you just got to bam some shit, man. And your dog doesn't even move. Yeah, right? My dogs are like that. If they know it's me making the noise, nothing I do freaks them out. You know what I'm saying? Like I could pretty much jump up and down and scream and they'd probably just look at me funny. But like alien noises and shit, my dogs react to in a split second. They're like on that shit. They got radar ears, man. Their ears operate independently of one another, and you can watch them like radar the horizon for the tiniest little fucking sound. It's awesome. And they don't bark, so you'll never hear them coming. If you're trying to sneak in, you're just going to be bombarded with fucking 60-pound dogs. You'll never hear them coming. They don't bark. It's the weirdest fucking thing. But they alert. You know what I'm saying? If they want to let me know something's going on, they let me know. If they're outside, they scratch at the back door because they usually come to the side door to come in. You know what I'm saying? Like there's all kinds of little signals they figured out. And they know if they scratch at that back door, I'm going to be out there in a split second. They can take me completely out of a dead sleep with that. Just the sound of it because it's one of those screen doors. And when they scratch at it, it's just the most hideous fucking... It'll wake you up out of a dead sleep, man. As a woman, I dig shooting guns. Well, as a man, I dig shooting guns as well. Apparently, gun shooting is not gender biased. But I appreciate their diligence. Yeah, right? Yeah, because nothing's going to get close to there without somebody knowing it. You know what I mean? And bow and arrow. Check you out. Right? I'm telling you, man. It's fucking awesome. Chicks and chainmail with swords kind of fucking does it for me, but, you know, that's, I guess, just a Viking thing. Whatever.
Welcome to Coast AM's official YouTube channel. I'm your host, George Norrie. Like, share, and subscribe to our channel. And you can also find us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and, of course, on coasttocoastam.com.
Now listen to this one. In a twist straight out of the movie Inception, a duo of developers from Brooklyn, New York have built a sleeping mask designed to allow people to have lucid dreams that they can control. Now, a lucid dream is a dream that you know you're dreaming in. Now, while it may look like a standard sleeping mask, Remedy has been billed as a very special rapid eye movement enhancing device that is supposed to help steer the sleeper into lucid dreaming by making the brain aware that it's dreaming. The goal of the product is to allow people to have the dreams of their choice. Dream expert Rosemary Ellen Guiley, my partner in Talking to the Dead. Are you going to buy one of these, Rosemary?
I'd certainly like to try it, George. I tried earlier versions of these dream sleep masks some years ago, and I didn't have any success with them, but I know people who have. And the idea behind them is they don't guarantee that you can control your dreams, but they enhance the circumstances that facilitate lucid dreaming by using flashing red lights in a sleep mask, and some of them use sound as well, to during the REM stages of sleep to alert the brain that it's dreaming. And the idea is that you awaken to your dream, and then you exert some control over it. People have varying degrees of ability to have lucid dreams and control their dreams. Sometimes it's very limited, like just being able to direct the dream you're already in rather than have a dream that you really want to have.
Okay, and so they're using LED lights inside of these masks, I guess, to do this.
Yes, they're flashing red lights, and when they detect rapid eye movement, and you can, in these newer versions, you can program the mask to flash in certain patterns and sequences that supposedly you will recognize while you're dreaming. And then that theoretically shifts you into an awareness of lucidity. And some people have had a lot of success with these. As I mentioned, they've been around for about 20 years or so, and some of the early versions were rather heavy and kind of hard to sleep in, but nonetheless did deliver for some people.
That's amazing.
And I'd like to try it more myself.
Yeah, give it a try. Let us know what happens, okay?
Will do.
Rosemary Ellen Guiley. Now, the two inventors put this project up on the website Kickstarter. That's the same place that Mark Zuckery and his group put on Space Command. By the way, they've already raised their money. Now they're looking for additional capital. I mean, they came on the program just last week, and they've raised it. So they're going to work on their movie Space Command. But these folks who developed this LED Remy thing, they wanted $35,000. They've already been pledged $572,000. It is amazing what happens on the internet. In a moment, it's called Paul McGuire. That's right. He's joining us as we talk about Are You Ready? It's the beginning of our special 4-hour report in just a moment on Coast to Coast AM. And welcome back to Coast. I'm George Norrie. This hour, Paul McGuire joins us, author, former talk show host, professor of biblical prophecy at the King's College. Paul has produced 2 science fiction feature films in Hollywood, met with the former Prime Minister of Israel after completing his latest book. We're talking now, Are You Ready? We'll find out if you are. Paul McGuire on Coast to Coast AM. Paul, how are you?
George, it's great to be on your program. I've listened to you all across the United States, so it's a delight to join you tonight.
It's good to have you. You have written a very factual, scary book, my friend. It's true, isn't it?
Yes, and I didn't intend to make it scary, but the point is, it is true. You know, we are the human race. Time is accelerating. We live in a generation, as you know, and I know your listeners know, that we are accelerating as a species and as a race, and I believe we're about ready to crack the time barrier and move into eternity. And before that happens, there's a convergence of events that I talk about in my book, Are You Ready? And they would be things like the possibility of World War III or Armageddon in the Middle East, the coming one world government, the coming one world economic system, the signs of the times that Christ talked about, the supervolcanoes, the earthquakes, the tsunamis, the freak weather, the planets that are appearing in our solar system and galaxy, things that you and I would never have dreamed of happening when we were kids are happening now. I mean, things that are just totally inconceivable.
Yeah. All the time, too, yes. Paul. Feels like we're getting surrounded. Why is it that people, when you talk to them about these possibilities, real possibilities, and we're going to get into many of them that you write in your book, Are You Ready? They get upset with you. They get angry with you. They don't want to hear about Armageddon. They don't want to hear about weapons that could obliterate us. They don't want to hear about the grid going down. Why is that?
You know, that's an excellent question, and that response used to bother me. I mean, I've had people scream at me at conferences and in the media, bordering on hysteria. And I began to realize is that they're in a particular consciousness where they're looking at the world in a particular place. And when you bring up the fact that they could live through Armageddon, for example, it becomes such an enormous psychological threat that it's almost like psychologically being punched in the head, and their automatic reaction is to strike back with anger. So I don't even think they're aware of what they're doing, but it's a defense mechanism.
I love to look at ancient prophecy, and then I compare it to events that are happening today. You've done some of that as we look at what Nostradamus has done, the Mayans, Hopis, Bible prophecy as well, the book of Revelation. Isn't it uncanny, Paul, how all these ancient civilizations seem to talk about the same thing, seem to talk about an impending collapse, and now it might be hitting this focal point?
Well, you're right, George. There's this super convergence going on. with the Mayan calendars, the Hopi prophecies, Nostradamus, Edgar Cayce. We could go on and on and on. And so many of them talk about this time period. It's not just 2012. It's the next 30 years. And this convergence, before we got on the air, I was thinking about the Tower of Babel or Babylon and the fact that at one point, and who knows what's going on there now, but U.S. soldiers were in Babylon not too long ago, which is located in Iraq.
That's right.
But Babylon is the same place where Nimrod built the Tower of Babel or Babel. And a lot of people don't understand that the Tower of Babel was a stargate. And Nimrod built the stargate Babylon or Babel as a portal to welcome entities from another dimension. So, in Genesis, you have this story of the world's first one world government, the Tower of Babel in Babylon. And here we are thousands of years later, and now we're seeing the new Babylon emerge before us, this coming one world government. And I think there's a relationship between the Stargate, the portal, that welcomes entities from another dimension, reoccurring once again. I think it's reoccurring in our lifetime.
Do you think the ancients were given some kind of knowledge of the future by extraterrestrials or something metaphysical?
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of people think, I happen to be a teacher of the Bible, but I also have, I've experienced cosmic consciousness, saw the great white light. I was deeply involved in a multitude of spiritual disciplines. So a lot of people think that the human race before the flood was some kind of primitive race. But it appears that there was some kind of civilization, let's say in Atlantis, that got submerged. And these Egyptian pyramids, et cetera, were technological. So these early civilizations were highly sophisticated technologically. And I believe, as some of your guests do, and I think you do, that these early inhabitants of our planet were in contact with intelligence from either another planet or intelligence from another dimension.
You may be right there. Paul, give us your website, by the way.
The website is paulmcguire.org, and McGuire is McGuire.
We're talking this hour with Paul McGuire, author of the book, Are You Ready? And in a moment on Coast to Coast AM, we will flip the switch and also take phone calls from you with Paul McGuire as we talk about Armageddon. I have to get into that. And also, as you may have heard today, China is buying the AMC theater system in this country. What's up with that? I mean, how much of this country do they really want to buy? Paul's got some thoughts on China as well and the direction that may go. Stick with us tonight. Special 4-hour report, 4 special guests. I'm George Norrie. Back in a moment on Coast to Coast AM. Okay, here we go. Paul McGuire with us, author of Are You Ready? Paul, you were in the Northridge earthquake, and then after this happened, you started studying biblical prophecy. How did that change you? What happened?
Well, George, I'd been a student of Bible prophecy for probably, 10, 15 years earlier, but I must say that I was always cynical. It was like people have been saying the end of the world is coming, for centuries. So there was a cynicism in me. And when the Northridge earthquake, my house almost collapsed, and it was around 4:30 in the morning, and it sounded like a locomotive smashed through my living room. I lived through many California earthquakes, but the deafening, ear-splitting roar of sound, and the house shook violently. My wife grabbed our 3 kids, and we headed out to our cul-de-sac. The lights were off. I literally thought Los Angeles got hit by a thermonuclear weapon. And all my neighbors came to our driveway with their chairs and blankets, and people were in their underwear and stuff, and we were listening to car radios, and all these people who were not religious at all. They knew that I had written some Christian books, and they all asked me that evening, Paul, do you believe that this is the end of the world? Do you believe that these are the signs of the times that Jesus Christ talked about? And during all the aftershocks of that earthquake, people who knew me and what I did, they would come up to me and ask me the same question. It was always the same question. Is this the end of the world? Are these the signs of the times that Jesus Christ talked about? And so that earthquake changed me about 180 degrees, and I stopped being cynical. And it was like a veil was taken off my eyes, and I began to look at the world completely differently, and I began to realize that we are in the time period that the prophets predicted, and we are seeing the signs of the times, and we're moving towards that event that will change mankind forever.
You have looked at the possibility of World War III, of nuclear war. Are these possibilities getting stronger every day?
As you know, George, they're not only getting stronger, they're unless God intervenes and protects this nation, they could be. I hope they're not, but they could be imminent. In Ezekiel 38, which I know you're familiar with, and many of your listeners are, you have the war of Gog and Magog, where Russia and Iran unite to invade Israel. Well, that was written thousands of years ago, and here we have a possible scenario where that could happen, especially with the implementation of this NATO missile shield targeted towards Russia. And we have about 100,000 U.S. troops in the Middle Eastern area, Afghanistan, Pakistan. But the interesting thing is, if you draw a line of all those U.S. troops and private armies, you see two things. One, it encircles the Middle East, and two, it surrounds parts of China and parts of Russia. So the danger here is that Russia has a massive nuclear strike capability. All their 7,000 ICBMs, or whatever the exact number is, they're still computer-guided missiles that are set to hit U.S. cities, God forbid. China is building up its space weapons program and building up their massive military. So let's say there's a conflict between Israel and Iran, or the U.S. gets involved, they don't get involved. It wouldn't take much for a regional thermonuclear war to become a global thermonuclear war, and then all of a sudden Armageddon begins.
And what's traceable these days, Paul, they may not know where the bomb came from, but they might know where the parts of the bomb came from and who bought them.
Right. And my concern is, and I deal with it in the book, Are You Ready? My concern is that sleeper cells have been here from, let's say, Iran for 20 years or 10 years, and some of those sleeper cells very possibly have, even if it's just 2 or 3 of those Russian suitcase nukes, and if they were to detonate in Los Angeles or New York or some other city, the devastation, and I've studied the impact of what happens with a 5 megaton nuclear weapon or a 25 megaton nuclear weapon if it hits L.A. The devastation is unimaginable.
Paul Williams, researcher, is still convinced that 5 U.S. cities have these suitcase nukes tucked away, hidden away there. Information coming to him from a former Soviet general. It's kind of scary, Paul.
It is scary. And, no matter what kind of intelligence you have or security you have, you can't spy on every square inch of the U.S. So, this may be corny to some people, but, it says on the back of our dollar bill, it didn't always say, in God we trust. And for me, we got to trust in God and do the practical things that we need to do to protect ourselves. But we are under attack.
Let us take some calls here. We'll pick it up by going to Johnny in Los Angeles, first of all. Hey, Johnny, thanks for calling.
Hey, guys. I want to echo what you're saying about like the churches just getting upset with this, and it seems like there's this suppression or fear with all the events that are happening. It's like nobody wants to talk about it. I'll tell you what happened to me and my friends. Our church, we brought up, you've probably seen it all over the internet, how they're saying that Christ returned, and all these Torah codes and Bible code discoveries of Lord Rael. And we brought it up in church, and it was like such vehement suppression. And every time we talked about it, there was like, no, he can't be the Christ. He couldn't have come yet. But all the evidence was there, and all these things have been happening, and the synagogues are saying it's him, and it's just weird. But so I know what you're saying. It's like everybody's afraid to admit that, it's really happening, that we're in the end times.
Well, the ironic thing is, I have spoken to 46,000 people in person at what you would call prophecy conferences, where many Christians go and Jewish people go, in the last 3.5 years alone. And those are people that are interested in Bible prophecy. But I would say the overwhelming percentage of the churches in America actually have a policy where they forbid the teaching of the book of Revelation in their churches. And the book of Revelation has never been more applicable and more immediate in the history of mankind, yet it's censored out of most of the churches.
Okay.
It's the only X-rated book in the Bible.
It sure is. And Paul, as you look at all of this and you see these things unfolding, do you believe that, some people in government are ready for themselves? I mean, they're ready to go to bunkers and
yes,
they're just all set.
Absolutely. And the thing that I was reading this passage of Scripture in the book of Revelation where it talks about that the elite, I'm paraphrasing, will hide in the rocks and the caves. And that's what it specifically says as this devastation is hitting planet Earth. The elite will hide deep in the rocks and the caves. And I read that, and it was like a light bulb went on in my head, and I began to think of all the underground military bases, the underground cities built for the elite, the political elite. Not only they're all over the United States. They're not just bunkers. They're underground cities that can withstand nuclear blasts. I won't name where they are, but you know where they are. And they're in Russia, Evil Mountain. They have a massive city for the Russian elite. So here the Bible talks about the elite hiding in these underground caves and bases, and that's exactly what's happening. The elite of the world in many nations have these massive underground cities, and they're prepared to withstand a Holocaust. They think they're going to withstand a Holocaust while the rest of us die. But I think they're in for a rude awakening.
Or maybe even an asteroid hit.
Yes, absolutely.
Let's go to Scott in St. Louis. Hey, Scott, go ahead.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, Scott.
Yeah, I'm Scott Rose from St. Charles in Missouri. And, I've been an atheist and a Satanist most of my life. And I just want to know, when do you think the end will come? And do you think this has some connection, like I do, to demonic aliens? And I'll take my answer off the air.
Okay. When does the end come, Paul, if at all?
Well, I must. The fact that he's a practicing Satanist, I found interesting. The end is coming quickly, and Jesus. The analogy was like the birth pains of a woman giving birth. And my wife has had 3 kids, and I was in the birthing room each time. And as all people know that have been in a birthing room when a woman's giving birth, she's screaming and hollering, and the pain intensifies, and it intensifies, and then the baby is born. Well, we're seeing the pain of planet Earth is convulsing, society is convulsing, the economic chaos, the freak weather, the wars and rumors of wars. These things are coming in accelerated motions like a woman giving birth. So we know that at a certain point that the acceleration of the cataclysms and you mentioned asteroid impacts, and the book of Revelation talks about, it appears to be 3 asteroid impacts and massive earthquakes. These things all happen, and then the end comes. And the end, of course, is the return of Christ to planet Earth to reestablish paradise. So I can't give you a date of when that's going to happen, but we're moving with lightning speed into that time frame.
Skype, Klaus is there in British Columbia in Canada. Hi, Klaus, go ahead.
Yeah, it's Klaus, but thank you, George, for this wonderful show. I love it. And
thank you.
Hello, Paul. I was just curious. The explosion you mentioned, that was like a deafening explosion that just seemed like an apocalypse, like a nuclear weapon. Is that right?
Yes. I couldn't quite hear you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I need to speak up, do I?
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
Okay. The explosion you heard, the very loud explosion, was that an actual explosion that you saw as well?
No. I've been in California for a long time, 30-something years.
You've seen it all.
Yeah, and I've been through, as anybody in California has, earthquakes all the time. But I've never experienced an earthquake that had an ear-splitting, deafening roar that went on for a long time. And anybody who experienced it, who lived through it, knows what I'm talking about. It sounded as if a nuclear weapon went off. It was a deafening roar.
Okay, let's go to Racine, Wisconsin. Anthony, east of the Rockies. Hi, Anthony. Go ahead.
Hey, thank you very much, George, for what you do.
Thank you.
I wanted to ask your guest 1 or 2 points. One, are people becoming lovers of themselves? That's something that Jesus warned us about. And secondly, when Daniel was told to seal the books, do we now have the computer technology in order to understand what God said is going to be the ultimate end of the race? I'll listen out here. Thank you, sir.
What is the ultimate end, Paul?
Well, it's interesting that you say computers, and I think one thing that we know, Jesus said, as it was in the days of Noah, so it will be in the days of the coming of the Son of Man. And the interesting thing about that is that as our technology increases, our understanding of the Bible simultaneously increases. A lot of people might be surprised, maybe they wouldn't be, but the Bible talks about the advanced science of genetics. It talks about transhumanism. It talks about a post-human species. It talks about the interbreeding between either aliens or the byproduct being Nephilim. So the Bible talks about some very sophisticated and very advanced scientific things that people in previous centuries didn't understand. And so when Jesus said the words, as it was in the days of Noah, so it will be in the days of the coming of the Son of Man, I believe he was specifically referring to the interspecies breeding in Genesis 6 of the fallen, I believe they were fallen angels or from another dimension, who mated with human women and who produced the Nephilim. And so this Nephilim, which some people believe are visitors from other planets.
Yeah, and I can see how they could see that.
Of course, of course. It's reemerging in our lifetime. And in fact, I was listening to your show, George, as you were talking to Whitley, I think, last week.
Yeah.
And I admire his work, and the guy's brilliant. One thing I would agree with him on, I think that there are Nephilim walking among us. I think that there is a genetically advanced race, perhaps cloned, Nephilim or whatever. They're living among us, and maybe we can't detect them physically, but they're living among us.
I agree with that. Let's go to the Big Island in Hawaii. Frank is there. Let's get him in here. Hi, Frank.
Hey, good evening, gentlemen.
Good to have you.
I was wondering if your guest could give me his take on this. I wonder if we could equate the future of the United States, if it were to fall, in essence, to what's going on in Mexico with the fighting for power that's going on there between the drug cartels. And because I could kind of see where maybe that's where this could all start, this last war, if there's going to be one, from something like our economy falling, and then all of a sudden we come into a state of disarray, and then other countries try to fight for the control
Yeah, that's a very important question you're raising. And in my book, Are You Ready? I talk about the North American Union and the coming merger of Canada, Mexico, and the United States, which is moving full speed ahead. A lot of people didn't realize that during the Republican primaries, they were accidentally giving away all kinds of information about the inner workings of this coming merger. One, which is the deliberate wealth transfer of money from the American middle class into other nations. The goal is to merge South America and North America into a regional global government, the American Union, which would be a mirror of the European Union. And in order to do that, they are deliberately creating chaos on the borders. And I don't want to get too heavy tonight, but I believe in an organization called the Illuminati. I believe it's not fictitious. I believe it's real. And their operating theme is order out of chaos or manufactured crisis. So you create chaos, whether it's class warfare or religious warfare or economic warfare or drug lord warfare, to produce a new order.
They want panic. Paul, thank you so much. Paul's work, Are You Ready? Up next as we continue this special report tonight on the future, the real crash with Peter Schiff. Stand by.
Thank you for listening to Coast AM on our official YouTube channel. I'm your host, George Norrie, and don't forget to visit the Coast Insider membership.
Well, damn it, George. Yeah, Melania speaks like 6 languages. I only half speak like 4. I speak American. And then I speak enough Spanish, German, French, and Latin to get beat up in bars that speak those languages. I've been good. Actually, I haven't been good. I've been sick, but I'm done being sick now. Hopefully. Holy hell. That was terrible. That was like 7 days, a full 7 or 8 days of just absolute abject misery. Oh, yeah, Claude. Yeah, like they said he was like crazy smart, super genius. Yeah. Interesting feller. I mean, even if he wasn't actually from Venus, what the fuck, you know? Where'd this guy come from? All right, man. Moving right along. Bow.
George Norrie, like, share, and subscribe to our channel. And you can also find us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and, of course, on coasttocoastam.com.
Up next, Lloyd Pye joins us with new information about the Star Child Project. Lloyd's next on Coast to Coast AM. And welcome back to Coast. I'm George Norrie. Now, here's a guy who just doesn't give up. Lloyd Pye, author, researcher, lecturer. He spent more than 30 years of experience writing about the origins of life, human origins as well. And, of course, as you know, he is the caretaker of the very famous Star Child skull. And he believes that it could make history, maybe sooner than later. Lloyd, you're getting close, aren't you?
We definitely are, George. There's no doubt about it that we've had a major, major breakthrough with this recovery of a fragment from one of the working areas of the human genome, and that it's not just a working area, it is one of the most important working areas. So we've really never had a better thing happen to us in all of the 13 years of research we've been doing.
Quick highlight on what the Star Child skull is, Lloyd.
The Star Child is it is a true bone skull found in Mexico in about 1930 that people for most of those years until the early 90s believed was a deformity. And then in the late 90s, it came into the hands of a couple, Ray and Melanie Young of El Paso, Texas, and Melanie had been a neonatal nurse, and she suspected that it was not, in fact, a deformity as everyone had assumed, that it was too symmetrical, the bone was too light, nothing about it looked human, none of its physical parts are, in fact, matched with a human. So she was convinced that it was something else and came to believe that it was likely the skull that would belong in the head of a gray alien, and eventually I came to believe that as well. And then for a long time, we thought it was a hybrid, but then as more refined genetic techniques came online and we began to apply those to it, within the last couple of years, we've had 3 major areas of discovery that have shown in every case that it's not human alien hybrid, it's just an alien.
It's straight alien. Explain what the skull looks like, Lloyd. Paint us a picture here.
Well, it has a human-like appearance, except none of its parts are like a human. Its eye sockets are very shallow. It has a very different alignment of its neck area. Its neck is about half the size of ours. Its brain is much larger for the size of the skull than it should be. It has no frontal sinuses. It has much larger inner ears. It has the knot in the center of the rear of the head that we all have where our neck connects. It has a dent back there. Its neck doesn't connect there. It connects in a completely different place. It's flat in the rear of the head, but the upper left and right rear parts of the head are expanded, and yet it has a crease down the middle of that. All of these things, and it has a very small lower face, and a roof of its mouth is flat instead of arched. Everything about it indicates it has a very small, narrow lower face, even though the lower jaw is missing, and it has just that heart-shaped look that people who see gray aliens say that they have. It has those outward physical features are in that skull. So it's not impossible at all that it is, in fact, the skull of a gray alien.
Can you tell what kind of a nose it had, Lloyd? Slits or a human-like nose?
No, we don't have that, but we do know that it's different from a human, significantly different from a human nose, in that if you look at a human skull, you'll see that as the brow ridges, from the brow ridges down to the nose, there's almost invariably a dip of sorts, of some degree or another. There's either, it can be large or very small, but from the brow ridge down, there's a dip. Starchild doesn't have brow ridges, and there's no dip at all. And the nose, instead of being narrow at the top and widening as it goes down, starts out at what looks like the same length that's going to carry all the way down. So, but it's broken off in the middle, so we can't be absolutely sure of that. But certainly at the top, it is designed completely different from a human nose, as are the brows above those very shallow eye sockets.
Does it look more human than like a gray would look?
I don't know. I think it looks more like a gray, frankly.
You do?
There are no physical parts of the Starchild skull that match up where you can say, oh, that's just like it is in a human. There's not a part of it, not a single part of it that you can say that to. Plus, notwithstanding the fact that the bone is just completely different. The bone is much lighter, it's much thinner, and it's 2 or 3 times as hard. It's like cutting sheet metal when you try to cut the bone. It's very, very different because it's loaded up with collagen, and that collagen is to the extent that we have in the enamel of our teeth, which is the hardest parts of our body. The whole skull is like that. So, plus and on top of that, you have fibers woven through the matrix of the bone, very durable fibers that are in there like rebar and concrete to add extra strength to it. So that is just not human. It's just, not only is it not human, there's no other bone on Earth like that. That bone, the bone in the Starchild, is absolutely unique on planet Earth.
And Lloyd, if it was an E.T., what was it doing there? What do you think?
That's a very, very good question. I would suspect maybe that its ship might have crashed. Its craft might have crashed. I don't know. It was visiting and couldn't get away. It fell sick, fell ill, died. There are any number of scenarios one can suggest. But so far as I know, it's the only one of its kind that's ever been found here. So that's my best guess, or at least never come to light. And 900 years ago, who knows what was going on, what brought it here, what caused it to die here. We can spin scenarios all night long.
That's true. And we call it a Starchild skull primarily because it was found near the bones of a human woman, right?
Well, no, it was found near the bones of a human woman, but we thought it was a child because the initial test that we had done was X-rays that indicated that the piece of maxilla that was with it had teeth down and teeth buried up in the bone of the maxilla. So the guy just said, "Oh, well, if you have teeth down and teeth up, that's a kid in the range of 5 or 6 years old." So we just said, "Okay, it's a child, star child." Later, when dental experts began to examine it, it came and skull experts began to examine the degree of suturing in the skull. Everybody agreed, no, this is an adult of some advanced years because the teeth that were there were considerably worn, much more than a child could ever do.
Tell us more then about what's happening with this Human Genome Project with it.
Well, we've had a geneticist who's been doing, as finances permit, what's called shotgunning, which is where you just go in and you just take whatever comes out at random,
right,
and you hope for the best. In the star child genome, as in we assume it's going to be like a human genome or the higher primates genomes of around 3 billion base pairs. We have, a little over 3 billion base pairs. Chimps do, Neanderthals do. So we figure it's going to be in that ballpark somewhere. He has pulled out over 30,000 base pairs of those 3 billion. So it sounds like a big number, but it's really 0.001%. And all of it, unfortunately, up until recently, has been in the non-working parts of it, the non-coding, or what people know as junk DNA. Everybody has heard that term, junk DNA.
That's right.
About 98% of the whole 3 billion base pairs, about 98% of our genome, doesn't do anything. It certainly doesn't make proteins that the rest of the working 2% makes. Now, to say it doesn't do anything, that's not necessarily true because our body conserves it very well. Year after year, human after human, those aspects of our genome are conserved. So they're doing something, but nobody can figure out what. It's not making proteins. Only about 2% do that. That's the working part. So the geneticist always said we have to pull something out of the working part. He began to call it the golden needle in the massive haystack. We have to find a fragment out of the working part so I can see what proteins it makes, so I can compare it to something that we know and understand and, see how it compares. Everything he was pulling out of the 30,000 of the non-working part didn't look like human DNA. You run it through the NIH database and it comes back, some of it is human-like, some of it they can't find in the database, which means it's not likely to be found on Earth. So it's very, very different. And then he recovered 4 fragments of the mitochondrial DNA, and that was extremely shocking because in mitochondrial DNA, in all 16,569 base pairs in all human mitochondrial DNA, there are a maximum of 120 mutations, maximum. The oldest of us, black Africans from South Africa, have 120 maximum of those 16,569 base pairs. Neanderthals have 200 different mutations. The new hominin, Denisovus, they have 385. The star child projects, based on the 4 fragments that we have, which is almost 10%, projects to have between 800 and 1,000 differences. From 120 maximum, the star child is going to settle in at 800 to 1,000. So we knew that almost a year ago. So we've been very excited about those 2 things, but we've been needing that golden needle out of the functioning 2% to really have something solid.
Well, you're getting there. You're knocking on the door now, Lloyd. We're going to come back, talk a little bit more about the Star Child skull, and also we'll take some phone calls with you. Lloyd Pye, our guest this hour on Coast to Coast AM. Well, next hour on Coast to Coast AM, we're going to be talking about auras and other dimensions with Pam Osley. I'm looking forward to that. Lloyd, if this creature happened to have been all human, would you have known that by now?
I think we would, absolutely. I don't think there's any mistake, and especially with the new thing that I was talking about, beginning to talk about as we ended the last segment. As I told you, we were looking for something out of the working part of it, and finally, Not only did he find a golden needle, he found a diamond needle. Not only did he find it from a working part, did he get a fragment from a working part, he got a fragment from one of the most important parts in the human body, one of the most important genes, and not just in human bodies. Everything has one of these. It's called a FOXP2, which is a contraction of forkhead box P2. And what it does is it is a master gene. It controls in your body the effects of 300 other genes. There's a downstream cascade. When the FOXP2 makes proteins, they go down and they impact 300 other genes. So when you're being made, when you're gestating, when your brain is being made, when your voice mechanism is being made, your heart, your lungs, your guts, from head to in your torso, not your limbs, but your torso, the inner parts of you, that's what's being made by the FOXP2 and other things. So when something goes wrong in the FOXP2, it's a disaster. You can't. There are just a few known mutations in it, and it's only one base pair, one nucleotide, one single nucleotide polymorphism, or a SNP, out of 2,594. That gene is 2,594 base pairs long, and if one goes wrong, you lose your ability to speak. You will never be able to speak. But there are only 2 or 3 things like that are acceptable as mutations that don't kill you, see? So it's one of the most highly preserved genes in the human body. And all of us, George, who are normal, all of us who are normal.
I don't think any of us are normal, Lloyd.
But all of us who are health-wise normal,
right.
Let's leave it at that, health-wise normal, have the exact same array of base pairs in that gene. All 2,594 are exactly the same in you and me and virtually everybody listening to my voice right now. The same. No variation allowed in this important gene, because why? Anything goes wrong, the spill down to 300 is going to kill the fetus, and that's it. So if you're born, you have it right. Now, the star child, we have a fragment of that gene, 211 base pairs long. 211. That's 8% of the whole thing. That's a pretty good size fragment.
Sure
it's a great size to recover from something that size. Much better, 9.5% with the mitochondrial DNA in 4 fragments. In 1 fragment, we have 8%. So we can tell an awful lot about this from those 211 base pairs. If you pull the same exact 211 base pair fragment out of the human genome, and you pull it out of some other animals like a mouse, a dog, an elephant, a possum, a kind of a frog called a xenopus, all of these things are visible, or you can see it for yourself on the new essay that has been posted on the Star Child Project website. I invite you all to go take a look and look at the illustrations there. But on the Star Child Project website, on the menu on the left, you'll see something that says DNA latest. Click on that, and boom, there you'll see the essay, and in there are the diagrams. And you'll see that in the 211 fragment for a rhesus monkey, you have only 2 base pair differences. 2 of the base pairs of the 211 are different in a rhesus monkey. In the mouse, you have 20. In the dog, you have 27. In the elephant, you have 21. In the possum, you have 26. In the in the possum, you have 21. In the frog, you have 26, right?
Right.
These are differences, single base pair differences in that 211 base pair fragment in all these different animals. In the human, they're all what they are. And the star child, relative to the human, all those differences are relative to the human that I just told you. Relative to the star child, there are 56 differences, George.
Wow.
Twice
as much.
Any other animal, twice as much as the frog or the the dog or any other thing that's high up. In other words, the star child is stranger than any animal on Earth. Has more variation in that one fragment. And if you expand that out, just like with the fragments of the mitochondrial DNA, if you expand that out to 100%, it is so different. It's 50% different. I mean, it's just incredible. You can't have 1, 2, 3 max, and you're dead, and the star child has 56 in a 211 base pair fragment. It would extrapolate out to about 600 in the whole gene.
This could be the evidence we all need.
It is. I mean, it is. It is. Now,
so the girl stumbles into court with her dress torn and tattered, and she said, Judge, they raped me. The judge said, what? Hold on. Halt the proceedings. What's going on here? Young lady, explain yourself. She said, Judge, they raped me. He said, wait a minute. They what? They raped me. He said, Miss, I'm not trying to make this any more difficult than it needs to be, but don't you mean they raped you? And she said, nah, they raped me. There was a bunch of them. Rape jokes. Law-abiding citizen. Choco Loco, the serial rapist. Her leg is actually a dildo. Don't make her come put a foot in your ass, literally. I will put a foot in your ass and have a burrito. Fuck you, Jay. Orale. Wachale. Oh, Holmes, that'd be perfect, you know. You could have like really cool catchphrases and shit. Like, you know, you could be in a bar and be like, "Don't make me put my foot in your ass, motherfucker," because they don't know. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, and don't let them know either. Don't tell them, because that'll fuck up your whole game plan. Stabs his inmate with a T-bone steak bone. Yeah. Oh God, yeah. Yes. The T-bone steak stabbing. I loved that. I was like, that's some creative murder right there. You gotta love a guy that can kill you with his dinner. Fucking love that, man. Yeah, he kills the guy with the cup, right? That's beautiful. It's absolutely loveliness. It's perfect. My cousin ran up on me one day intending to do me harm, and the only thing I had right handy was a tomato steak. I don't have to tell you how that fight turned out. Ronnie did not fare well that afternoon. It's like a battle axe with those fins on it, you know? Holy shit. I about put that motherfucker in a hospital. Yeah, dude. Oh, me and that dude we had squabbles, man. We had squabbles, mad squabbles. Me and that nigga be tearing some shit up. Give us 10 minutes in a room alone, and me and that dude will be boxing. But we couldn't stay away from each other. We hung out all the time. We were the best of friends. We just wanted to kill each other, 30% of the time. Oh, but don't let nobody else get involved. Let somebody else talk shit on my cousin Mirani or me, and it was a It was a motherfucking free-for-all, Jack. You taking your safety into your hands. I'm not sure our parents ever understood our insanity. I don't think they did. Yeah, best of friends, worst enemies, dude. It was definitely a love-hate relationship. Yeah, absolutely we were rivals, dude. It was testosterone a-busting on both sides, man. You know? And hell yeah, drive-ins rocked. Hey, look, he was no angel. He dropped a fucking pine tree on my head, dude. That dude dropped a 40-foot pine tree on my head. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he tried to take me out that day. He didn't know. Scraped me up a little bit. That was it. He didn't get the job done. Chump. Ha ha. You ain't tricky. You wanted me dead, and I only got 36 stitches. Ah. Double barrel fingers, buddy. Sloppy job. It really was, man. It was shoddy work. I give him a C-. His delivery was A+, though. He didn't give me any warning or nothing. He just dropped the bitch. He didn't even tell me he was dropping the tree in the other direction. Like, dude, you might want to get up on the back. He didn't even try to hide it. He was just like, I'm not even telling him I'm cutting this the other way. Oh, yeah, dude, it hit me right in the back, like in the neck and shoulders area, and just, like, mashed me to the ground. It was horrible. I was trying to get out of the way, but I couldn't move fast enough because it was all uneven ground and down in a little fucking gully and shit. Awful taste, but great delivery. Yeah. Hey, dude, I got to give him A+ on that. He didn't give it away at all. I never saw it coming until it was way too late. By the time I started moving, it was already over with, man. What was going to happen had already occurred. Oh, but if, in my defense, if it gives me any credit at all, when he saw me crawling out from underneath that log, he ran like a bitch. And he still had the chainsaw. If that gives you any indication of what my face might have looked like crawling out from underneath that tree. He fled to grandmother's house for safety and refuge against what he had created underneath that log. Oh shit, he saw me. Yeah, right? Oh, dude, that was the face too. Like, that was the what? Oh, fuck. He's not only not dead, he's getting up. Not only is this fucker not pushing up daisies, but he's standing up. This is a really bad sign for the home team. Flee, flee, my friends. Oh my goodness. Yeah. I've done bad shit to family, and family has done really bad shit to me, man. It's amazing that I can even still believe in family, because I really do. I believe in a strong family unit. But goddamn, the dysfunctional douche fucks that I grew up around, man, and the shit I had to fucking tolerate. I'm like, okay. Let's see if we know how to libtard. Maybe we can just save some of the families. Can we figure out a way to call these other families racist? That's right. Everyone must be held accountable for their actions. You're damn right. What you do is whatever check you create by your actions is the check that you have to pay, whether it be good or bad. And I don't give a fuck what discipline or philosophy you come from. That is just an absolute fact. Shit, no, Choco, you're doing good. You're absolutely right. You are absolutely right. Everyone must be held accountable for their actions. You know, that's what the leftists forget. They want everyone except them to be held accountable for their actions, and it doesn't work that way. It's never going to work that way. No people will ever submit to that kind of tyranny. It absolutely is universal. Karma will fucking strike you down. I've seen it in the microcosm. I have seen it in the macrocosm. I've seen it on the grand scale and in the micro scale and personal relationships and shit. Karma is, and call it what you want. Divine law, karma, fucking, it doesn't matter what you label it. It's all the same energy. It's all the same force. When you start playing games with the scales, man, you're going to get your head cracked. You know? Yeah, don't write a check with your mouth that your ass can't cash. That is exactly right. And that is the best advice that you'll ever get in life. Because I'll tell you what, there is no real prohibition on human behavior. You guys realize that, right? Like, if we don't know that now with all the weird, like, baby eating and shit that's been going on in the news, like, we see that shit in the news. It's gotten so bad. It's on the 6 o'clock fuck news, for fuck's sake. Even just the accusation of eating babies. Come on, really? Come on! Baby eating? That's where we've gone? That's where we're at? Really? And then you find out, no, that's not where we're at. As a country, 90% of the country agrees with you. Families are important. God is important. Life is important. Fucking, you know, your kid's education is important. And fucking law and order is important. You know, the bullshit these fucking idiots are talking about and dragging out here and parading it around like it's a fucking trick pony is fucking poison that they're selling to the masses as the solution to their problem. And the fucking media is the fucking issue because they're a bunch of lying douchebag scum. That's right. Do not let your hummingbird ass get bit by your alligator mouth, motherfucker. Do not write checks that your ass can't cash. Somebody will call you. Yeah, the propaganda media. I like the drive-by media. Rush did good with that one. The drive-by media, because that's what they are. They're just fucking leeches, you know? And it's really sad that they're just that harnessed to their own nature, that they can't even disengage long enough to fucking write a news story, for fuck's sake. It's just retarded. These people are disgusting. I don't know how they have regular jobs, let alone fucking important ones. I really don't. I wouldn't hire one of these motherfuckers to man my Dairy Queen. Honest to God, they're just fucking retarded on the highest level. I can't even, I don't even have the words for what I've observed in these people. These leftards, these absolute mentally and morally bereft, honorless slags of what was once humanity. I don't know. Like, I have no words. I don't even have, like, it just disgusts me. It's the most horrendous thing I've ever seen in a human being. I imagine, like, going into Auschwitz and shit as an American soldier had to be pretty fucking traumatic, dude. But these people aren't even in any jeopardy. You know what I'm saying? We're in the most coddled and fucking spoiled country on the planet, and that's just still the fact. And these soft ass bitches think they're in jeopardy. They really think that they've got a bitch. Nobody's lynching you, stupid. Shut up. Systemic racism, when was the last lynching? It's 1947. Fuck off. You fucking liars. I get ticked about this shit, man. I get mad and I start running my face and then I think about other shit. And they're so fucking small. They're so like in real life, these are people that we just walk over. Like if you ran into one of these scumbags in the grocery store and they were trying to fucking ooze their wine all over your fucking day, you'd fucking snarl at them and fucking walk off and never think about them again because they're just that insignificant. You know what I mean? Like they're just nothing in real life. There's no fiber to them. There's no reality to them. I suspect if you cornered one and called in on its shit, it'd probably just pee and cry. Tell you the truth. Fought an SJW beta male once. Well, I wouldn't call it a fight. You beat one, maybe. I issued a beating to an SJW male once. Oh, piss boy. Take it away. It no longer amuses me. Drag that out and throw it in the gutter, would you? He threw a plastic bottle at my head. Hell yeah, dude, that's an assault, man. Fuck that dude. Fuck that dude. Look, I am all for free speech. You can stand directly in front of me and say anything you want all day long, and I will never harm you for doing so. I don't care what you say, what kind of horrible shit you dredge up out of your sick imagination. I will never harm you for what you say out of your mouth. If you put your hands on me, if you touch me, I am going to rain hell down upon you in the best way I know how, and you best be ready for it. Because that's what is going to happen. Period. And I don't care if you're 4 foot tall or 50. And I don't care if you're powerful, well-known, or fucking just a scumbag. I don't care who you are. If you touch me and try to harm me, and you've been aggressive or just fucking make contact in any kind of way, I'm liable to fucking leave you laying right there on the spot. And that's just my fair warning to the world. Because that's how I feel about it. You know? Same with my house. You come in my house uninvited, I'm probably going to kill you. You know? If you're walking in the door of my house and you're not really sure if you should be there, you better stop and knock. And that's the best thing I can tell you. An arborist. Yeah, right? That dude, I don't want to fight people. I'd rather go the rest of my life and never have another fight ever. That would suit me just fine. But there are people that will just make you beat them. They will not let you just go through life peaceably. They will force you into a position where you're either just a bitch or you're going to fucking fire on one of the motherfuckers. And they think it's a game until you're beating them. And then why did you do that? What the hell did you do that for, man? Wait, what? What do you mean, what did I do that for? Good night, Yaritza. Lady. Represent Cleveland up in here. Bring it in, OG. We'll see you next time, Yaritza. Good to see you. Hugs back for sure. Holy shit. What's up, Phoebe? Good to see you. You came in just as she's going out. Two ships passing in the night. You're welcome. You have a good night. We'll see you next time. These little SJW wieners really have no idea what the fuck kind of a fight they're asking for. Ben, I'm hearing you, man. I am on page 1 right there with you. Dude, I just hate drama. Don't be stupid. Don't be a dick, you know? Is it really so hard for you to get along? Can you not just go to the party and not fucking try to piss in the punch bowl? You know, but there's always going to be some douchebag that thinks it's funny to piss in the punch bowl. And then when you hit him in the face with a ball peen hammer, all of a sudden you're the bad guy. I'm like, you made me drink pee. I hit you with a ball peen hammer. That sounds fair to me. It really does. That just sounds perfectly, completely, honestly fair to me. They need the beating. You're goddamn right they do, man. They need a re-education. They don't know how to act, see? They think they're tough. And then if you try to fight them, they'll just beat you up. Till you're smashing a brick into the back of their skull from behind a pine tree, and you're like, all right, now, bitch. About that punch bowl. No, Phoebe, not at all. We're just talking about stuff, and I got off on a rant, that's all. I've totally distracted myself with shit that we weren't even, like, doing, so that's where we're at. Welcome back, though. Compared to Pat, I'm definitely, man, I'm not tough, dude. I just do what I gotta do. I've known tough guys. I'm not a tough guy. My grandfather was a tough man. That dude was rock hard, man. Every inch of him. I will never be the man that he was. You know, I've seen hard men. I know what hard men really look like. I am not that. I just do the best I can, man. Always have to ask, is it worth going to jail for? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you got to do the math, man. Mini Rufio. Yeah, right. Yeah. Dude, I'm not trying. Look, honest to God, I'd rather go the rest of my life and never get in another fight again. I really would. I would be just tickled to death if I never had to punch anybody. But I know somewhere down the line, I'm going to go somewhere and some asshole is going to engage me. And it's going to educate. It's going to reach a point where I'm no longer fucking willing to tolerate his bullshit. And I'm going to break his jaw. It's just going to happen. It's as inevitable as it's as inevitable as rain in May, man. I didn't punch a fool. It might be, dude. I was an equal opportunity lip buster, dude. I'll bust a bitch in his lip in a second. You let your fucking mouth override your ass, and I'm going to check you out, man. I'm going to see if you all about what you say you all about. That's the way I was, man. I'm not now, obviously. You know, I'm an old beat up fucker now, but dude, when I was young, I was hard to handle, man. I had zero tolerance. Zero tolerance. Like, you want to try me? That's fine, man, but be prepared for the long fight, because this ain't going to end well for you. I came educated, son. I know how to break all kinds of shit. I'm real good at it. It's kind of my hobby. What do? I break shit. I break shit and wreck stuff. Like what? Man, whatever. You're right. Some people just need to be beaten into reality. They lose touch with what's going on in the world. You have to remind them. Shit. You almost made me blow the weed out of my pipe. Yeah, right. You name it. Whatever. All I know is there's only so many things that I will tolerate. There's a very short list of shit that I will tolerate, matter of fact. And when someone goes across that line, I'm usually kind enough to give someone a warning, because not everybody knows me. I get that. But I'm always willing to say, hey, that wasn't cool. Could you not do that again? Not even be a dick about it, just be like, hey, man, could you not do that? Because it really bugged me, and I don't, I wish you wouldn't do that. And if the answer I get is double barrel fuck you fingers, my response is going to be tempered by the nature of your answer to that question. That's what I'm saying. If you disrespect a motherfucker for no reason, you deserve to be punched right in the fucking mouth. Right in the fucking mouth. Right in the shit that got you in trouble. I still have zero tolerance for stupid, man. I'm just like, I can't deal. I can't do it. It's why I spent most of my life in trouble, because I have no brakes where that shit is concerned, man. I can't and that's the thing, I can't even stop myself. It just happens, By the time I would be aware of it, it would already be over. You know what I mean? Like it's that ingrained in my psyche. I don't know. Yeah, just men talk, typical shit, flexing our dicks. What do you think, baby? We got some pretty impressive dicks in this room. That Jimmy Beam, that motherfucker, he's a goddamn cock at a walk, man. Walks around throwing flowers at chicks and shit. He's just a fucking... He's a beast. Man's man. All hail Jimmy Beam. My dude. Didn't get the cane out yet. Oh, it's much too pussified of a society, dude. Look, it used to be okay for a couple of dudes to get into a scrap and work their shit out in the street. Even if the cops came to break it up, most times nobody was arrested. You know what I'm saying? If it was two men just fucking having out a disagreement, they'd usually fucking let them handle their business and then pull them apart and make sure nobody got killed. You know what I'm saying? Send everybody to their corners and say, if you come down here again tonight, we're going to fucking lock your ass up. That's how that should be handled, because sometimes men are going to clash. They just are. And women, for that matter. Sometimes it's just going to happen. There's going to be one person who just will not leave shit be, and you have to do something. And the cop shouldn't have fuck all to do with that. If they go down there, yeah, public safety, I get it. Make sure nobody dies. Make sure nobody fucking gets fucking stabbed in the neck. I get it. Right on, public safety. But they don't have any business sending anybody to jail. But that kind of policing is gone. They made sure of it. They drummed it out. Those old school hard-nosed cops that walked the back alleys and shit and really kept America safe, they don't exist anymore. Those guys are gone. These are all political fucking hacks. Every one of them, from the fucking local level all the way up to the FBI, and we see it every day in these shows. We watch these motherfuckers just get exposed as the absolute political shitbags that they are. We get it locally right around here with our sheriff's department, for fuck's sake. It's just pathetic. The actual lawmen are all gone. The actual real lawmen. Like, I know that what's that guy's name? That DeGenova? The lawyer guy, DeGenova. I can't think. I don't know if that's the right pronunciation, but anyway, the lawyer guy that's always on Fox News. Like, he still has this fantasy that these fucking white knight cops exist, and they just don't. They've all been drummed out. Yeah, DeGeneva, yeah. You know, but I don't think he realizes that the Justice Department in this country has been ruined. And that's just the fucking, that queer. He's a good lawyer and he's a good guy. I think he has good intentions. I've never heard him say anything that I completely disagreed with. I'm just saying that, you know, Rufio, stop. Man, sometimes they will not let you stop. They won't let it just go away, and sometimes you have to act. You know, and to me, that's just the same as self-defense. I don't think that anybody should get in trouble for that. You know, you got some dude that's been fucking with you for weeks, and you keep trying to fucking back off and stay away from this dude, and he keeps fucking with you, and you turn around one day and put an end to it. I say, well, he got what he had coming. Period. I did not hear the ruling on Obamacare. Where's it out of? War is self-defense. You're damn right. Jimmy wrote it down. All right. That's cool. Oh, no, you got Jimmy's address right on. Texas Rep Judge. Okay, what did he do? Obamacare was ruled unconstitutional. Well, we already knew it was. That whole thing was a sham when they were pushing it through, and everybody knew it. Obamacare was a scam from the very beginning to the very end. Holy shit. From the very beginning to the very end, it was a scam, period. So, again, laws that are formed unconstitutionally or illegally are no laws at all. You know, I mean, this is a long-held standard in this world, in this country. We have let these motherfuckers get out of hand, is what's happened, to be truthful about it. But the bloodhounds will have their blood soon enough. Just not now. It's not time. I keep hoping they'll back off, but, you know, so far they haven't. So far they just keep pushing harder. They're not even livid. They're just fucking acting out at this point. This is a fucking, like, one of those extinction level events for them. You know, they don't even know what they're doing. They're just lashing out at anything that has Trump to do with it. It's toddler-like, really. They're literally just lashing out at anything Trump. That's all they're doing. It's just repetitive bullshit, and it's the most sophomoric garbage form of journalism that there is. I mean, it's literally like the bottom of the journalism barrel. It's worse than yellow journalism. Like in the journalism annals of history, underneath yellow journalism, which most people think is yellow journalism because everybody pees on it, is this kind of partisan fucking propagandism, you know? So make it out what you want. Orange man, bad NPCs. Yeah, it's just stupid. It's moronic. Highlighter yellow journalists. Well, yeah, but you can't do that now because of the yellow vest protesters in France, because they're awesome. It was settled off. Yeah, look, Phoebe, but it doesn't matter. Look, they don't care about the truth. That's the thing. We always try to relate it back to the truth. We're like, look, he had no intentions of doing any of that. He specifically said blah, 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 blah. And then all the people look at you like, we don't care, because they don't. They just want to hate Trump. Hell no, it wasn't really a win for Dems. Look, they have been steadily getting their ass kicked for a long time, and the derp state globalist agendists, those people who are tied into the Democratic Party and the Republican Party to some degree with the rhinos, they're slowly being exposed, and they're slowly being told on, and they're slowly being rolled over on. This shit is coming apart at the seams. Honest to God, at this point, I bet Mueller just screams into a mirror at night. Because literally, like, nothing he has done has worked so far, and he just dropped his dick in a good vice with a federal judge. Oh, I hear you, Phoebe. I get it. We have been beat down. The conservatives in this country have been used to taking beatings and just taking them. That shit needs to stop. New rules. We win, they lose. New rules. We win, they lose. Dan Bongino has that 100% right. We have to adopt that attitude, and we better adopt it quickly. Oh, yeah, absolutely, Phoebe, you know. Unweave the loom of lies. Yeah, absolutely, dude. You just have to pull at the right string to unravel a sweater. You know? A win is a win. You're absolutely right. And when we get them, we should be willing to put them in the win column. Wait a minute, are you bragging? Nope, it's a W, bitch. Look at the column it's in. We're going to call that a good day's work. Have a good night. Have a Miller and a shut the fuck up. How about that? I'll even buy you the beer if you just fucking close your fucking pie hole. Comedian tonight. I don't know. I'm just saying. You know, that's kind of the way I feel about shit. Before you chat, or is it just... Yeah, no, there's a weird thing. There's like stuff going on, Jimmy. There's like a weird box at the beginning of chat. Like, you have to follow our global rules. Because we said so. And if you violate our rules, our global rules, we'll globally do bad global things to you, and you won't like that. Of course, in my head, I'm going, I'll fucking stab you in the neck with a knife. How about that? Of course, I don't do it because I'm old and lazy these days, and I got enough trouble taking care of my fucking goats. Hell no, I've been trying to get to the goats since you started egging me on. It's the goats that saved them. I fucking love my goats. I want to take care of them. If I go running off across the countryside slaying dragons or derptards or whatever it is, I am strategic with my next stabs. I use them correctly and sparingly. It's hard to beat a good neck stabbing, man. I'm like, when it's timed correctly, it's a thing of beauty. It's a little splash. It's kind of cool. Right on. Yeah, get the young'uns to help. Hell yeah. Get them strong young motherfuckers to put your tree up. I am totally down with that. Of course, then you have a responsibility to feed them hot chocolate. So, you know, it kind of works out. I hope you have plenty of Swiss Miss. Someone decides to incarcerate me. Right. Dude, yeah, a good neck stabbing will change the whole conversation, man. Somebody be like, I think we should put you in jail. Bam, neck stabbing. Well, all right, maybe we should negotiate. You clearly didn't like my first offer. Just been stabbed in the neck, for fuck's sake. I'm clearly going to have to rethink this process. Didn't think you were going to stab me in the neck. Holy shit. Well, now I'm going to I'm going to prison, am I? Well, see, now I have to stab you all the way to death and then feed you to my hogs. See, we could have worked out a little stabbing amongst ourselves, but no. You had to take that shit all personal and start calling cops. Okay, what is the poll? But no. What's a friendly stabbing in the neck among friends? Huh? You got to go involve the cops for. They don't know what they're doing anyway. By the time they get here, they're going to blame my neighbor because I'm smearing the blood on his porch. Look, boss, this is where he drug him up the neighbor's porch. God damn it. That Amish bastard. Bruh, it was just a prank. Holy shit. I have lungs full of fucking snot still from being sick, and it's gross. Ugh. I hate that. Congestion. That word isn't gross enough for what the fuck comes up out of my lungs, man. I'm telling you. Fucking hate it. Lung butter. Yeah, right? It's just hideous. You gonna eat all that? All right, back to the thing.
I have no idea how science is going to try to talk its way around this one. They're just going to say, well, it's still a fragment. They haven't proved it yet. You have to recover the whole genome. Well, that's true. We do. We still need the money. We still need the investment on it. We still need to do a full recovery of the whole genome. I'm not arguing that. What I'm saying to you and everybody is we have now enough evidence that an investor who is a moron ought to see that we can do this, that all they've got to do is give us what we need, and we're going to be able to make history at a level that history is virtually never made. We are going to change all of reality for all of humans who are all the humans who are alive and all the humans that are ever going to be born in the future. Our lives will never be the same. This is the equivalent of the Wright brothers flying and putting us in the air. This is the equivalent of going to the moon and putting us into space. This puts us all of us in a whole new reality, and it's going to happen sooner or later now, and now it looks like much sooner. We're going to find somebody with sense enough to see, these guys really have something here. So that we're very excited about it. We could hardly be more excited. It's the thing we've been looking for. And as I said, the geneticists had been saying, we need a golden needle. We need a golden needle. And when he called me to say what he had, he says, it's a diamond needle. It's way better than we had hoped for, because the FOXP2 is so respected for the power that it has and for its high degree of conservation, of its lack of mutations in all humans.
Sounds exciting, Lloyd.
Well, you can tell from my energy.
Oh, you always have been. In the 12 years I've talked to you. Let's take some calls here.
All right,
Let's go to Jim, truck driving in Detroit, the old hometown. Go ahead, Jim.
Good evening, George. It's a pleasure to talk to you again.
Thank you.
All right, I have a quick question. Have you guys tried doing a forensic reconstruction, like, a clay, putting a face on a skull type thing?
Yes. That's been done, and you can see the pictures of that on the Star Child Project website, and particularly in the Star Child Essentials ebook. That has probably the best array of pictures. That was done by Bill Munns, and I think he did a very good job.
All right, next up, Holbrook, Arizona. Catherine is with us. Hi, Catherine. Go ahead.
He just asked my question. I was asking about reconstruction.
Well, you get another one then. Go ahead.
Okay. Nope, I have no... How much does he need to find out this DNA?
Well, to find out the DNA, we need a couple of million. To film everything and do what we need to do, we need a total package of about $7 million.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Bye-bye.
Okay. Too bad you couldn't get a television network, give them the rights.
No, we're going to make 2 documentary films that are going to go in theaters, like that. So it's good. It's much bigger than TV, George. This is not a TV show. This is a movie. This is a documentary film that goes to theater level.
It is. I agree with that.
It is. So we just have to do it at that level, and that's really, it's cheap.
And worldwide, too.
What we're getting for 2 films, that's dirt cheap. Everybody that's in on this wants to be in on it, and they've cut their prices to the bone just to be part of the history of this thing.
Next up, we go to Fort Wayne, Indiana. Eric's with us. Hey, Eric, thanks for calling.
Hey, how you doing? I just lost train of thought, but I thought that we were the humans. We were the aliens. Like, we were only 3/5 a human being, but no, for real. Is it possible that we could talk about different things that we know about, like Benjamin Banneker or Alexander Pushkin, people like that? Benjamin Banneker, he created the clock, and Alexander Pushkin, he gave Russians their language, and these guys were black. And I just wondered if we can get that type of education nowadays. Thank you. Have a great night.
All right. Good. I think that's a question for an open line day, Lloyd.
That's not something I can deal with for sure.
No tie into the Star Child project there. Hank in Las Cruces, New Mexico. Hey, Hank, go ahead.
Hey, George, first-time caller, and come on out and move the movie and the documentary and the science to New Mexico. We gladly welcome you.
There you go, Lloyd.
Well, come up with an investor, and we'll certainly talk about it.
Well, let's do it. Let's put something together. But here in Las Cruces, we're wondering, what is the connection, possibly, of the Star Child and the FOXP2 gene? Maybe, I guess you're hinting towards it, but as it's in us, and we have perhaps devalued or devolved into that? Thanks, George, and thank you.
Okay.
No, the FOXP2 is a gene that virtually every creature, every higher organism on Earth has a form of the FOXP2 to a greater or lesser extent, but they have something like it, something that's recognizable as FOXP2-like. Ours is just ours. Everybody else has something considerably or less considerably different, but nothing as different as the Star Child's FOXP2. That is off the chart, as you'll see if you go to the essay and look at the diagram that shows the ones, that are chosen to compare it to.
Lloyd, your excitement level for the Star Child skull has not diminished in all these years at all.
Well, I've known from when I first laid eyes on it, George, in the first few weeks, I had serious doubts. I thought it had to be some kind of deformity. But when I started talking to experts about it, who knew the various aspects of the skull, and they would give me their feedback, well, I can't explain my part of it, but it has to be some kind of deformity. You hear that from 12, 15 guys, and suddenly you're thinking, nobody knows what this thing is. And by the end of 99, I was convinced. I had convinced myself, because if you have that many physical differences in a skull that functions, where the thing lives and gets up into some kind of ripe old age, then that gene code of that creature, whatever it is, has to be vastly different than ours. And in 99, we didn't really have the capacity to tell much about the genome from a base pair by base pair array. It had to be done with primers, and that wasn't really telling us a whole lot because you had to know what you were starting out with primers. But now the technology has caught up with what the Star Child needed in the last couple of years, and it's just been nothing but clear sailing for us, basically, as far as proving what we need to prove to show to investors and to show to the world this thing is an alien. This is what we say it is.
Let's go to Merced, California. Jason's with us on Coast to Coast. Jason, you're up.
Hi, George.
Hi.
Yeah, I called because I wanted to know if the alien, Star Child skull, if any of the DNA had 4G blood, because 4G is very rare, and there's 5G, 4G, 5G. I was wondering if they had found 4G.
Was there any blood that they could test at all, Lloyd?
No, absolutely not. And I've never even heard. I don't even know what he's talking about. 4G, 5G. I don't know what that is. I know RH positive, RH negative, like that, but I don't know what he's talking about.
What is that, Jason?
Well, basically what it is that, with the Sioux clan, for example, certain clans of the Sioux Indians have 4G blood. And they pass it down from generation to generation. And, maybe other Native American tribes and tribes around the world have passed this down, but very few of the population has this certain genetic code.
Okay. No, I did not hear of that at all. But there are no blood spots at all on this thing, is it?
No, it's 900 years gone. I mean, there's no blood at all.
All right, let's go to Louisville, Kentucky. Toby, take it away. You're on Coast to Coast.
Hey, George, thanks for taking my call.
Sure thing,
I was wondering how far the Star Child's location, where it was located, how far was that from where the Mayan civilization was?
Pretty far away. It was up close. It was in Aztec country, what became Aztec country, but it was 900 years ago. But it was about 100 miles southeast of Chihuahua, so that's northwest Mexico.
Has anyone, Lloyd, found anything even close to the Star Child skull?
Close. When you talk about the coneheads, if you're talking about something that doesn't look human, I would say the coneheads. Is there anything that looks like the Star Child? No, not that I'm aware of. But as far as something that could well be not entirely human, I think the coneheads have a very good prospect of being that way.
And the coneheads were developed, right? Weren't they elongated on purpose?
No. The coneheads, if you were to have taken my head as a baby or your head as a baby and shaped it to look like a conehead, the brain in it would still be about 1,400 cubic centimeters.
All right.
The conehead brains, which are clearly from the X-rays in the brain all the way filling it up, are 2,800 to 3,000 cubic centimeters. Their brains are twice the size of our brains. But there are other things about them as well. They have human-like faces, but the teeth don't look right, the jaws don't look right. There are things about them that are very, very different. If you've never had Brian Forster on your show from Peru,
no,
the conehead guy, he's the guy that has sent us the samples that we're going to get to work on as soon as we can have the money to do it. I mean, it's expensive stuff.
Oh, of course. How many coneheads have been found?
Several hundred.
Okay, that's a lot.
Several hundred. They're all up and down Peru, and they're also in other countries around the world. They have been found, like in Malta and places like that. So the coneheads seem to have been what I believe is going to prove to be an alien civilization that existed around the world. Now, are they entirely alien? Are they human alien? I think they have a very good chance of being human alien-like, not unlike the Star Child, which is proving to be very different. But we won't know until we take out their DNA the same way we're trying to do it. We're doing it with the Star Child, and we intend to do that with the coneheads just as soon as we have the money to do it.
Lloyd, what's new with the website, LloydPie.com?
Mostly out of LloydPie.com, you have the follow-up to my book, Everything You Know Is Wrong, the e-book, Intervention Theory Essentials. And Intervention Theory Essentials is a very extensive follow-up to Everything You Know Is Wrong for those who have just always bug me about when am I going to do something else, when am I going to do more, when am I going to follow up with that. So that ebook, which is available now, I'm very proud of it. It goes over the beginnings of everything, the beginnings of the solar system, the beginnings of life, and its theme is that really everything on Earth, in my view, in my research, indicates to me that the planet itself has been terraformed from day one, because everything that came to Earth and everything that developed, it had to happen at a certain time, in a certain window, in a certain way, and everything happened just that way in exactly what was needed at exactly the right time and exactly the right amounts. It's incredible.
It is.
When you look at the whole thing, it's as if we've been being terraformed from the beginning of the existence of the solar system. I know that's a big bite. I know that's hard for people to wrap their minds around. But if you read the ebook, Intervention Theory Essentials, which is available on the LloydPie.com website, you'll see for yourself.
You got it. Thanks, Lloyd. We'll be back in a moment as we talk about auras and other dimensions.
To Coast AM on our official YouTube channel. I'm your host, George Norrie, and don't forget to visit the Coast Insider membership area on coasttocoastam.com, where you can access our past, upcoming, and classic shows.
All right. Well, geez, Claude. I'm sorry I didn't live up to your stringent extraterrestrial knowledge. Let's do this for a minute.
Black as night, cold as ice. She left me. She didn't think twice. I tried to stop her. Lord knows that I tried. If a love for me is dead, the blues ain't never gonna die. Night is gone, the daylight's here. I'm hurting bad, I'm not thinking clear. I think I'll go out, and take a ride. If a love for me is dead, you know the blues ain't never gonna die, no. Can't put up with pictures. A little guy thing Every time you know that my telephone rings and it's not her, you know I sit right down and I cry. If a love for me instead, y'all, the blues ain't never gonna die, no, no.
This is another original. This is written by Marlon Brando. We got a house that's real nice. Got a great big dog that don't bite. I got a car, a real big star, and everybody treats me right. I got all these things, but I just can't seem to move you. I got land, a handsome man. Ain't no place I ain't been. They got a pub, I've been in love. Try and keep my waistline thin. I got all these things, but I just can't seem to move you. Down, what can I do that'll get me through? What can I say to make your day? I'm down on my knees, I got a tear in my eye. Don't think you wanna see a grown me cry. Got a boat, got a plane. Everybody knows my name around the world, and all the girls. When it comes to you, I'm completely insane. I got all these things, I just can't seem to move you. I got a tear in my eye. I don't think you wanna see a blue big cry. Got a boat, got a plane. Everybody knows my name around the world, and all the girls. When it comes to you, I'm completely insane. I got all these things, I just can't seem to move you. I got all these things, and I just can't seem to move you. I got all these things, and I just can't seem to move you. My way back, gotta find my swampy home. Gotta find my way back, back to the swamp where I belong. Been gone such a long time. Mama, I'm coming home. Been gone such a long time. Mama, I'm coming home. Gotta find my way back, gotta find my Louisiana home. Gotta find my way back, way down south where I belong. Been 10 years in prison. Mama, I'm coming home. where the bodies in the swamp were hidden. Mama, I'm coming home. No, I took the money. I took the money and I hid it good. No, I took the money, buried it deep out in them woods. 10 years in prison. Mama, I'm coming home. To where the bodies in the swamp are hidden. Mama, I'm coming home. Gotta find my way back. Gotta find my swampy home. Gotta find my way back. Deep in the swamp where I belong. Been gone such a long time. Mama, I'm coming home. Been gone such a long time. Mama, I'm coming home. Oh yeah. Get that crawfish pie ready, Mama. And that gilly gumbo. You don't know what I've been eating.